والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to firstly start off with I'd like to apologize for the delay. We started, I think it's 18 minutes past 10. So apologies for the delay. Today is our second day of the workshop. Yesterday we had our first. And for people who are not here for the first one, Brother Adam Tan and Brother Muhammad Azim spoke about what it takes to be an effective da'i. They also spoke about the different prospects that you may come across when giving da'wah, especially here in Malaysia. So we spoke a little bit about Buddhism and Christianity, as they're the top two religions that come after Islam. So if you're going to give da'wah, then you're probably going to come across people from either Buddhism or Christianity. Now, as I said yesterday, we will take a couple of questions from yesterday's workshop, because I think we ran out of time yesterday, so we couldn't have a quick Q&A at the end. But we'll take a few questions. We'll probably allot around 10 minutes for Q&A. And before we do that, I'd like to introduce Brother Adam Tan. Brother Adam Tan is a senior da'wah executive at multiracial reverted Muslims, MRM. He's also been a specialist, he's also been a program panelist for numerous events, such as Live Tour, Hijrah, and etc. Without any further ado, I'd like to invite Brother Adam Tan on stage, and we'll be taking questions. So first, I'll take two questions from Pigeonhole. So I'll quickly ask questions from Pigeonhole. If you guys have a question, please raise your hand after that, and I'll take a question from the audience. The first question, Brother Adam, is, it goes, most people these days are only namesake part of religion. They don't practice or they don't actually care about any religion. In particular, how do we convince them to switch religion? Or how do we convince them to switch to Islam and also to take religion seriously?
So the first question is about people who are not so keen on about religion, or they don't care about religion. So how are we going to convince them to choose Islam? That's why, like for example, yesterday we talked about the Chinese religion. Also, I think about the material world. They think about the money. They think about their business. So we need to give them some awareness about. We need to think about other life. So basically, the main question we ask them is where we are from, why we are here, and then where we will go after that, after this life. So from these three questions, we can make them realize about this life is just a temporary life. We need to know as a human being where we are coming from. That's our real purpose. We need to realize as a man, as a human, we have our purpose in this life. So from there, maybe they say they are born Buddhist or they are born Christian, but they do not really follow their own religion in that sense.
So we make them think, okay, since they are now not so practicing about their own religion, so it is more easier to do dawah to them, because for them themselves, they don't really follow their own religion now. So here we do not need to go too much into their religion, because they also don't understand. That's why we can go more about Islam. We show them how Islam be a practical religion. Like for example, we talked about Chinese yesterday. The funeral service is so expensive. So for our experience, there are few revert that became Muslim because they see how simple Islam is. Like we see in the funeral service in Malaysia, at most 300 to 500 ringgit, you can get it done, and you can get it done in one day. That's why, so we can show the value, how the Islam bring a value into them, especially not only in this life, but our hereafter is also very important for us to think about. So hope that answered the question.
Barakallah Feek, Brother Adam. Brother Rasul will take a question from you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Yeah, so one thing with da'wah is some people that give them a lot of da'wah, talk to them quite a few times, you tell them every argument they know, and still like you feel like they're not open-minded, you know. So why still continue, or should I just move on, you know, and try and work on other people, because this person you've told them everything.
Can you louder?
Huh?
Louder.
So there's people that when you talk to, when you try to give them da'wah, you've told them everything, you've told them every argument, and you've told them about Islam, but still they're not open-minded, they're closed, and you feel like the da'wah won't reach them. So should you continue to give them da'wah, or should you just spend your time elsewhere? And making more of it.
Okay, a very practical and very good question. Like if some of the time when we do dawah to some group of people, they will be not listening, or maybe we spend a lot of time talking to them. But at the end of the day, they don't want to listen. And yes, that is indeed this group of people, and that's what Allah says in the Quran in Surah Baqarah, Summum bukmu umum fahum la yarji'un. The deaf, the blind, the dumb, they will not listen, they will not understand. Yes, when we meet this group of people, after we do dawah, we can see, as a da'i, we need to evaluate whether this person, when we give them dawah, are they listening and are they thinking? If there are a group of people who are very ego, even if we tell them the truth, and some of them may agree that it's the truth, but they are being ego, they don't want to accept it. So if we are meeting with this kind of prospect, so the best way is we can do nothing on it. That's why when we do dawah, we need to evaluate the prospect whether if they do not want to listen, then we need to move on to another prospect. Of course, we do not give up altogether, because maybe on and off we try to communicate with them, try to share some message, and then of course we pray for Allah to open their heart. So we do not spend too much of time on this group of people. If there are a group of people who don't want to understand or who don't want to think about it, so we just move on to those who need our dawah, or those who are willing to listen to us.
Barakallahu feek. We'll take maybe another question from the crowd, maybe from the sister side. Any questions?
Our question is, if there's someone who is interested in Islam and comes to the masjid, so like a sister in our faith, how do we approach her without sounding like we're trying to impose our beliefs onto her? The sister's like interested in Islam, she's very curious about it, but we want to have like the right approach that doesn't like scare.
Meaning the non-Muslim coming to the masjid.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, when actually it's the same when we are doing, like for example, if you are having a booth, then the non-Muslim came, or even they came to masjid. So okay, we talk about if they come to masjid, one of the ways we can invite them is we invite them to see how Muslims do prayer, and also we can also invite them to follow us to do the prayer. We let them have the opportunity to feel how, as a Muslim, we pray. And then after the prayer, we just invite them to pray together. We say that this not, even if you pray, you are not a Muslim yet. It's just for you to feel the feeling. And then after that, from there, we try to communicate with them. What is your feeling about that? How you feel about it when you first time participate in this kind of activity. And then from there, we try to build up when we talk about prayer. So we talk about why as a Muslim we pray. So because in the masjid, so we can talk about the main topic. We talk about the masjid is a place for Muslims to worship Allah. Then we bring the topic about Tawheed. Who is Allah? Why as a Muslim we worship Allah? We make them understand that it is not Allah who needs us to worship, but it is we as a human being, we need to worship Him because He's the one who gives us life. Then we can ask them a question, because when we say da'wah, we are doing communication. Then we ask them, okay, who do you think give you the life? Who make you alive here today? Then from there, we bring back to the Creator. So there's some of the question or some of the way we can approach, especially about, we talk about masjid. And if I extend a bit about if you are having a booth when the non-Muslim came. So we can discuss a lot more things about, like just now the 3 questions that we discussed, where we are from, why we are here, or where we will go. And also we can discuss about, we can ask them their belief. For example, they are Buddhist or they are Christian, then from there we try to have some discussion. So in order to make them not so feeling like offensive, so we try to ask questions, not we as a da'i just giving information, but we ask them some questions. How about your belief? What is your belief about this topic? Then it's like more of like discussion. Yes.
Barakallah feek, Brother Adam. That concludes our Q&A. We already have a lot of time. We don't want to eat into too much of Brother Adam's segments. But we have a Q&A at the end, so save your questions for that, inshallah. So now we'll be moving on to our first segment for today's workshop. And Brother Adam, the floor is yours.
Yes. Okay, so for today's session, both of us, me and Brother Azim, will be focusing on the type of dawah. So today we will be discussing for the whole day, we'll be discussing 5 types of dawah. So remember yesterday we talked about moving in jama'ah. When we do dawah, we move in group. And because we want our dawah to be dynamic, to be flexible, every one of us, we have different specialty, we have different expertise. So this type of dawah will be the type where every one of us, we can try to see which part is our expertise, which type of dawah that we can engage in. But inshallah, after this today course, the whole session, you'll realize every type of dawah, we can do it. Every one of us, no matter what our expertise is, because yes, with some expertise, we can do more. But every one of us here, I believe, through some simple example we'll be demonstrating today, so you will find that doing dawah, there is a lot of way, and doing dawah is easy. Not saying that you need to have a lot of knowledge. By having knowledge, you will be an effective da'i, like we said yesterday. But the minimum dawah, every one of us can do it. So the first type of dawah is dawah bil hal. Hal, meaning here is referring to the akhlaq. The akhlaq as a Muslim, or the manners. So how we are going to do dawah using our manners. And we can see in Islam, there's a lot of hadith talking about having a good akhlaq. And even, these are some of the examples of the hadith. So, and even there's one hadith where Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, I've sent to complete the akhlaq, the manners. Why? Because as a prophet, when Prophet Muhammad came, he not only came to teach the religion, but he came to show how to be a Muslim. The manners being shown as a Muslim, what? For example, how Prophet Muhammad deal with people, how Prophet Muhammad communicate with others, even the non-Muslim, how Prophet Muhammad eat, how Prophet Muhammad have his daily routine, what shirt he wear, having beard. So everything is shown by Prophet Muhammad. So we are talking here about dawah bil hal, meaning as a Muslim, the least, we talk about the least dawah we can do is to dawah through our own manners. And this is the starting of our dawah. But remember, before I go to the example, but remember that we do not use this dawah bil hal as an excuse for us not doing other type of dawah. What I meant is, for example, you might see when we invite some of the Muslims to do dawah, they will say, oh, I'm already doing my dawah. I try to become a good Muslim, so that is a dawah. So he refused to go outside to do dawah. He refused to talk to others about religion. So we do not deny dawah bil hal with your manners is a type of dawah, but it is not enough. Dawah bil hal is just a complement, a supplement to the other types of dawah. Like for example, we see how Prophet Muhammad do dawah. Yes, before Prophet Muhammad became a prophet, before the prophethood, he is showing a good akhlaq, a good manners. This, we can say this as a wisdom of Allah. Because Allah knows, at the age of 40, Prophet Muhammad will have the prophethood. So even before that, Allah has prepared Prophet Muhammad to have a good akhlaq. Like for example, at that time, before the prophethood, the non-Muslim, the Quraysh, at the town of Mecca, they known Prophet Muhammad with a title. What is the title? Yes? Al-Amin, yes. Al-Amin, the trustworthy. Even before became the prophet, he was known as Al-Amin, the trustworthy one. That's why, after he became the prophet, there are few companions at the early of the time that believe in him just because they know him, they know his manners. He do not lie before. Like for example, Abu Bakr. He is among the first one who believe in Prophet Muhammad because he know how Prophet Muhammad, how is his trustworthiness. He know he never lied before. So that's why we talk about manners, it's a starting for our dawah, but we cannot neglect other type of dawah. Because we know Prophet Muhammad is showing a good manners, but at the same time, he also go and preach to other people. He meet every non-Muslim to preach. Yesterday, when Brother Azim talked about the right of our prospect, one of it is to be made, to be invited. So we cannot use this dawah bil hal as an excuse for us for not going out, for not doing dawah outside. Having good manners is good, it's very important, but at the same time, we need to add up with other type of dawah that we will discuss later. But now, I will just focus on the akhlaq. And there is one hadith, one companion, he go and meet the Prophet and he asked a question. He asked, if there is a person who has a good ibadah, meaning he pray 5 times a day, and also he do some voluntary prayer, for example, prayer duha, prayer tahajjud. So he do a lot of ibadah. Then he do a lot of ibadah, but his relationship with the people around is not good. So what will be the ending for this kind of person? He asked Prophet. So now the Prophet answer is that if what you say is the truth, then this person will be going to the hellfire, nar. Then after that, he asked the second question. Ya Rasulullah, if there is a person, he do his ibadah, it's just minimum ibadah. Like for example, 5 times prayer, only 5 times. No voluntary prayer. Or fasting, he only do the compulsory fasting, 29 or 30 days, but not other fasting. So he do minimum ibadah. But his relationship with the people around, for example, with a friend, with the neighbors, are very good. So what will be the ending for this kind of person? Then the Prophet said, if what you say is the truth, then this person will be in Jannah. So what value or what we can learn from this hadith is that we can see two group of people. The first group, the companion said, he has good ibadah, but he has no good relationship with people. Then Prophet, okay, let us see about how Prophet respond first. Prophet respond, if what you say is the truth. Why Prophet Muhammad said what you say is the truth? He do not directly answer. You see, when we talk about da'wah, yesterday we talked about seerah, we learn from how Prophet Muhammad communicate, how Prophet Muhammad do da'wah. And now this is one example. We can see why Prophet Muhammad use the word, if what you say is the truth. Why he start with this word? He did not directly answer. Yes, this kind of person will go to hellfire. But Prophet Muhammad start with, if what you say is the truth. So why he is using this kind of word before answering the question? Very difficult. Early morning, we cannot. So you see, imagine if Prophet Muhammad directly say, okay, this person will go to hellfire. What if, when this companion asking the question, because he said, oh, I saw a person, he's like doing good ibadah but no good relationship. So normally, when we see someone, sometimes what we see is not really the truth. Because that is what we evaluate, what we interpret from what we see. It might not be the truth. That's why Prophet Muhammad used a careful word. He said, if what you say is the truth. Because it might not be the truth, that situation. Not saying that the companion is lying. It's just maybe as a human being, sometimes when we see someone, we will interpret it wrongly. Not purposely, but sometimes from the zahir, from what we see outside, from the face value, we might see as it is. That's why Prophet said, if what you say is the truth, then this person will go to hellfire. Because if Prophet Muhammad straight away said he will go to hellfire, then there is a possibility that this companion, he will use this answer, and next time when he saw this kind of people, he will be judgmental. He said, you will be going to hellfire because that's what Prophet said. When you don't have good relationship, then you go to hellfire. So that's how Prophet Muhammad, the wording, the choice of word, how Prophet Muhammad being careful, even in answering question, he used a very precise word. And then the second question, when he asked if the person have a minimal ibadah, but good relationship, the same thing. The Prophet said, if what you say is the truth, no matter in which situation, the first one is hellfire, the negative part, but the Jannah is a positive side. But still, Prophet Muhammad used a exact word, that if what you say is the truth. Because, like I said just now, what we see might not be the truth. Like for example, during the time of Prophet, there's a battle. And after the battle, when the companion came back, the Prophet asked the companion, how was the battle today? And then the companion said, today we saw a companion who is very brave. He go to the front line. And then they say, when he go to the front line, maybe he will be, when we talk about in the battlefield, those who are in front line has a high probability to shahid. They will die because they are the first line. But after that, the Prophet said, no, this companion will go to hellfire. Then the companion don't understand, because this companion is a brave man. He's going to the front line of the battlefield. But why he will going to the hellfire? So the companion don't understand. That's why, after that, the second day, some of the companions, they try to follow the companion that they said before, the one who is in the front line. And what they see is that this companion, in the battle, he have a severe wound, and eventually, what happened is, because this companion, he cannot tolerate with the pain of the wound, so he killed himself, suicide. Do we know those who suicide in Islam is haram, and they will be going to hellfire. That's why the Prophet Muhammad, we know he got a revelation. He know the future by the knowledge coming from Allah. So, you see, at the beginning, the companion see from the surface value is that, okay, this companion is very brave, so he's probably to have shahid. But the Prophet know, in the end, this companion will go to hellfire because he suicide in the battlefield. That's why not everything that we see from surface value is the truth. So from the hadith just now, the Prophet said, if what you say is the truth, so this person will go to the Jannah. So no matter in which kind of situation, the first thing that we should learn is that in Islam, we cannot judge anything based on only the face value. Because some of the time, we might not know the real story behind it. And then the second thing we can learn from this hadith is we try to compare these two persons. One is good ibadah, but no good relationship. So from here, we can see he has good halum minallah, the relationship with Allah. But he has no halum minanas, the relationship with human. But the second one, he has a good relationship with Allah, because minimum ibadah is the minimum criteria for Muslims. But at the same time, he has a good relationship with people. So, as a Muslim, we should have a balance. We cannot have only good ibadah, but we don't have good relationship. That's why we talk about dawah bil hal, our akhlaq, our manners with the people, our manners with our friends, with our family, with our neighbors, with our colleagues. So, we should always take good care of these two sides. Hal, our manners. Because with good ibadah, it will not help us in the hereafter if we do not have the relationship with human being. That's why we need to have both sides. That's why there's one hadith saying that there's nothing more heavier than a good character. Because good character is also one of the things that we should have in the hereafter. It is one of the things that will be put on our mizan, on the balance. So these are why important to have a good character, especially when we talk about as a da'i. When we are a da'i, the first thing people will look at us is our character, our manners. If we don't have good manners in the first place, then when we want to do dawah, so the person might not trust us, because he will first see our character first. How is our character before this? So if before this we have a bad character, or let's say, if before this we try to cheat someone, and after that we try to do dawah to the same person that we cheat before, do you think they will believe us? When we say, if you don't believe Allah, you should believe in Allah because Allah is the truth. So he won't believe because we have some bad history with this kind of person, this person. So that's why manners and character is just the starting of dawah. The mukaddimah, the beginning. If you want to do dawah, that's why we put it as the first type of dawah. Starting with your character first. Then after that, we add on with other type of dawah that we will discuss later. So, how to do dawah with our character? We have some example here. So, try to look at this picture. Have you seen what is this? Do you know what is this? No. I think this area, I don't see. This shop. Who know what is this shop? No? Okay, do you know 4D? Okay. Okay, this we can say is like gambling. So this shop we call Toto, and then there are other names lah. Magnum. Have you heard about? Not the ice cream. Magnum. Toto. So these are we call. Okay, what people do is this shop. What they are doing? The people they go there and then they will. Why they call 4D? Because 4 digits. They will buy the number. For example lah. They go to the shop, okay, he said, I want to buy the number 1, 2, 3, 4. So, he buy the number. Like, for example, like gambling, he put 10 ringgit, okay. The number is 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the second day, they will do a, like, drawing. Like lottery lah. They will draw lots. And if the number come out is 1, 2, 3, 4, then they will win the money. So, it's a type of gambling. Buying a number, and then the second day, they will know whether they get the prize or not. So, let's say, what we can see here, okay, can you see this? Who is this? Yes? This picture. This person. Can you see it clearly? What shirt he is wearing? Yeah, sarong. Yeah. Something, we call something. So what probably he is? Most probably he is a Muslim. But let's say, if we are going to this kind of shop, or let's say non-Muslim, we know, in Malaysia they know like all the Malays are Muslim, they know. So let's say, if the person, the non-Muslim, the prospect, he see this person going to this kind of shop, and this haram shop. So, how can we do dawah? See, these are example. As a Muslim, we need to show a good character. Let's say like, if this really a Muslim, so he's showing a bad character. He's showing a bad manners. But as a Muslim, of course, we know about husnul zon, having a good interpretation. Let's say like, if we want to have husnul zon, so have you heard about husnul zon? Yes? Okay, so how we are going to have husnul zon on this picture? Yes?
Maybe he had to tell something to the guy running the store.
Yes, maybe. Okay, yes, maybe we can say he want to tell something. Or maybe he want to do dawah there. He try to do dawah to the people in the shop. Yes? So, for example, we can say that, let's say maybe this person is not a Muslim. Because this shirt, we call as baju Melayu. Or in Malaysia, we call as national shirt. Meaning, in Malaysia, because we know the federal religion is Islam, and majority of Malaysia is Malay. So this shirt has been known as the national shirt. So like for example, if there are some certain official event, country event, national event, at national level, so it is compulsory for everyone to wear this kind of shirt. Like for example, in the palace, even the non-Muslim, when they go and meet the Sultan, so they need to wear this kind of shirt. So maybe he's a non-Muslim. He's just wearing the national shirt. So this is how, as a Muslim, we need to have some husnul zon. This is also one of the akhlaq that we can show. Because today we talk about the social media. Many a time, we saw a lot of different picture or different news online. Sometimes, the title, the heading, or even the picture given in the news is misleading. That's why, as a Muslim, we need to have husnul zon, and also we need to do the tabayun, investigate. We need to study the background of the story. Like if, let's say, if we see this picture, and then we are going to, let's say, in the social media. So if as a Muslim, we go and comment that this is a bad Muslim, something like that. So let's say if he's not a Muslim, then we are doing fitnah. That's why, as a Muslim, one of the other character we can show is about, on social media, we also need to have a good character. Not only as a physical being, we have good character, but nowadays when we talk about media, on social media, people are also seeing us. If our profile picture or our profile name is a Muslim, then when people saw us comment some bad comment, then it will also get a bad impact to the non-Muslim, to our prospect. Because they are seeing, okay, this is how Muslim behave. Using, yes, there are a lot. In the social media, we can see some of the time, when there's a news, they will even have Muslims who use some false word. They are cursing. So these are all the bad character that should not have by a Muslim. And of course, just now I talked about the tabayun, we need to investigate. If we don't know the story, then better we keep quiet. That's why the Prophet said, speak good thing or remain silent. If you don't know, then we just remain silent. We saw the news, then we just skip it. Because we don't know what we say is the truth or not. That's why in the time of Caliphate of Ali, there's an event. Ali, he have a armor shirt for the battle. One day, the armor shirt is missing. Then when he go onto the market, he saw there's a Jews wearing the same armor shirt of him. So he go and approach the Jews, like for example, using our today language. He say, hey Jews, why you are stealing my armor shirt? But at that time, the Jews say that I buy it, I bought it, I did not steal. So because there is a dispute, so after that, Ali bring these Jews to meet with the judge. Okay, Ali at that time, he is a caliphate. He is the leader of the country, the leader of the nation. He is a judge, meaning the leader, the highest one. And when he bring these Jews to the judge, if let's say we are the Jews, okay, Ali is the leader of the nation. So who appoint the judge? Who is the one who appoint the judge? Of course, the leader. The leader is the one who appoint the judge. So now, the leader brings these Jews, like let's say we are the one being accused. Then we are in front of the judge. What is the first thing we will be thinking of? Ali is the one who accused us, and then this is a judge appointed by Ali. So what will we be thinking of? Yeah, we will be worried. We will worry that, of course, we will lose the case. But at that time, the judge asked a question to Ali. He asked Ali, do you have any witness for you? Because we know in Islam, the first thing in the court is about witness. So he asked Ali, do you have any witness saying that this armor shirt is yours? Then Ali said, yes, I have two witnesses, my son, Hussein and Hassan. But at that time, the judge said, Hussein and Hassan are your son, they are your family member, they can't be witness. Of course, we know in the court, family members cannot be a witness. So he said, since you don't have witness now, so now the case belongs to the Jews, meaning the armor shirt belongs to the Jews because you don't have any witness. So but after that event, what happened is that the Jews became Muslim. Why? Because he saw how the justice system in Islam. Even Ali is a caliphate, but the judge is being just. He talked about the witness first. Even Ali is a caliphate, but since he cannot bring any witness forward, so the judge has to make the judgment that the Jews win the case. So that's how we talk about the judge. We tabayun, we studied, we investigate first, then we need to be just. We cannot simply comment anything on social media if we do not know anything about it. So there's the first thing about our akhlaq. Having good manners on media, investigate first before we want to comment anything. So the next, another way. Okay, this is another way, is prayer in the public. Doing prayer in public. This can be one of the ways. Have any one of you tried this before? Not in the musola, in the masjid, but in the public area. You have tried? In which area? Here? Yes? Genting. Genting Highland. Masya Allah. So, how we are going to do dawah using this method is that because when, like for example, this picture we are doing it in Kuala Lumpur, in Bukit Bintang, in Kuala Lumpur, when we are doing our street dawah. So normally we will do our Asar prayer there because we have our street dawah program from normally 2:30 to 5:30. So around 5 o'clock we will have our prayer at the side, meaning it is in the middle of the street, not on the middle of the road, but the street where the people come and go. So we will do prayer there because when we do prayer in the public, it is one of the way to attract the attention of the prospect, the non-Muslims. Like for example, if you want to organize this kind of event, so you can do public prayer, but the technique is you need to divide yourself into two groups. When one group is doing the prayer, the other group should be observing, the observer group. So what the observer group will be doing is they will try to observe around if there are some non-Muslims who are interested, or those when they pass by they are seeing. So this is the time you go and approach them. We go and ask, do you know what they are doing? Have you seen how Muslims doing prayer? Do you know why as a Muslim when we pray we do the sujud or we do the ruku? So from there we build up the conversation. So using the prayer itself, we attract the attention, and then from there we try to have a conversation with the prospect. So this is how we are doing in the public. Because in Malaysia, even we say majority in Malaysia are Muslim, but there are still no Muslims. They have misconception about Islam because they don't even see how a Muslim pray. Like personally, when I first get interested with Islam is that I saw my Muslim friend pray in the room because my roommate is a Muslim. So when I saw them praying, so that's the first time. Because as a non-Muslim in Malaysia, even though we say there's a lot of masjid, a lot of surau, but seldom the non-Muslim have an opportunity to saw how a Muslim pray. That's why praying in public is one of the way we get them the exposure. Or even if you don't do it in public, there's another way is you can do this with your neighbor, non-Muslim neighbor. Not saying that you go in front of his house, you put a sajadah and then you pray in front of the house. But the thing is, you invite them. Invite our neighbor to come to our house to have lunch, for example. So because we know the lunch is at the time of Zuhur, so we pick the time. Like for example, now the Zuhur time is around 1:30. So we invite our neighbor at 1 o'clock. We invite them at 1 o'clock. So when they came, we know in our television we have the azan, or even our phone we have the azan. So we switch on the azan, and when it is 1:30, when the azan is ringing, so we talk to our neighbor. Okay, give me one name, non-Muslim, your non-Muslim neighbors. Any name? John. Yes? John. Okay, let's say we talk to John. Excuse me, John, because now you are hearing the azan, right? Because as a Muslim, it is a time for me to have a prayer. So we go and take our wudu, and then we pray at the place where our friend can see us. Let's say we are sitting at dining table. So we pray at the area that is near the dining table so that he can see. Then after that, after finish the prayer, we go and sit down with our friend, eating. So at the same time, we can ask them questions. Just a casual conversation, asking, have you seen how Muslims pray? Like just now, what I do? Or some of the time, they themselves will ask you. Because when they see as a new thing, they might ask, just now I saw you like this, what is the meaning? Why you are doing like that? So these are some of the ways we attract their attention. We get them some exposure. Because as a Muslim, okay, I share how I get interested through the prayer is that I can see as a Muslim when we pray, we do not need any specific place. We do not need any specific thing in order for us to pray. We can pray anywhere. But for other religion, there is some specific place, or some of the time they need a statue. But for Muslim, it's different. It's more special. That's why from there we get them some exposure, we get their attention. Then from there we start our dawah. So this is the first way how to do dawah through our prayer. It's just a simple thing. It's just like how Prophet Muhammad do. He prayed in the public in front of the Kaaba, in front of all the Quraysh at that time. So they are seeing how Prophet Muhammad praying at that time. So it's a form of da'wah. Pray for the non-Muslim to see. So this is the first one. Okay, second, our cleanliness. Okay, talk about cleanliness. Normally in front of the surah or in front of our toilet, there is a slogan related to cleanliness. What is the slogan?
Cleanliness is half of faith.
Yes, something like that. Yes, cleanliness is half of your faith. But what happens is sometimes when we saw, let's say, there's a door, cleanliness is half of your faith. When we open the door, our faith gone. Why? Cleanliness is half your faith, but the faith gone because there is no cleanliness inside it. That's why it's very important for us to always, as a Muslim, take care of the cleanliness. For example, our physical cleanliness from our shirt. We wear the best shirt, like what Prophet Muhammad teach. Wear your best shirt when you want to go for prayer. The best shirt here doesn't mean the expensive shirt. The best means the clean one and fit to the event. Like for example, if you want to go out for a simple dinner with your friend, we do not wear a blazer. So just wear suitable shirt and also clean. And also our surrounding. Just now we talked about the toilet. Especially in the place, the toilet of the masjid. Let's say, if there are some non-Muslim, he want to borrow a toilet. There's nowhere else, but just a masjid or surah. So he want to go for the toilet. Let's say if inside the toilet is very dirty, what is the first impression? This is a place where Muslims pray, and this is the toilet by the Muslims. So it is a bad impression. A very bad impression. They will see this is how Muslim is. And add on, if there is a slogan, cleanliness is part of the faith. So they will see this is how Muslim faith is. That's why cleanliness not only physically, but surrounding. Like for example, throwing rubbish into the dustbin. It's a very common thing, but it is a way to show our character, our manners. And also, let's say those who have vehicle, car. So why keep the cleanliness of a car can be a dawah? Like for example, if you are driving, let's say, driving in the campus, then you saw your friend, his car broken down by the side of the road. So when you are driving, passing by, so what will you do? You will stop. You will not say, hi, bye, then we go. You will stop. Then when we stop, okay, maybe we have some discussion, and then after that, maybe we can invite them to go onto our car, and then we go together to the class, let's say. So let's say if at that time our car is not in a good condition from the cleanliness side, so he will see very dirty, and then some of the time, I believe some of us have some experience where our vehicle, on the back or on the side of the car, we can do some art. We can do some drawing. Why? Because of the dust. We can make some drawing. So the cleaning of a vehicle is also one part of dawah. We can show to the non-Muslim when we invite other non-Muslim friends to go with our car, carpool. So they can see how we keep our cleanliness. But there's also one was saying, those who keep the cleanliness of the car, they do not keep those who keep the cleanliness of the car, they do not keep the cleanliness of the environment. Those who keep the cleanliness of the environment do not keep the cleanliness of the car. Why? Because this is just an analogy. Those who keep the cleanliness of the environment, he throw everything inside the car. Those who keep the cleanliness of the car, he throw everything outside the car. So as a Muslim, no matter which area or where, so we need to keep the cleanliness. Okay, the last one, on the dining table. Okay, can you give me some example or the dining etiquette teach in Islam? Yes. Okay, eat the food from the nearest to you. Okay, from the sister. Okay, with your right. Okay, there are two. Eat with your right hand and then you say Bismillah. Another one. Same. Okay, using a 3 finger. So they are considered as the same as using hand. So how we can do dawah using our dining table etiquette is, I take some example. We talk about using your hand. Eating with our hand is one part of the sunnah. So when we are eating with our friend, let's say, we have non-Muslim friend. So first, when they see us eating with our hand, even though we have some cutlery beside us, the spoon and the fork, but we still choose using our hand. So it will get some attention from our friend. He might ask us, hey, why you have the cutlery but still you use your hand? So from there, when we answer, remember, every of our answer related to Tawheed. So here, what you will answer if the non-Muslim friend asks why you are using your hand? What should be the answer? Yes. So first we talk about sunnah first, but of course we need to define what is sunnah. They might not know what is sunnah means. So we say it is the sunnah, or in simple terms we can just say because this is done by Prophet Muhammad. Then we ask them, do you heard about who is Muhammad? So from there, we discuss about who is Prophet, who sent the Prophet. That's how we relate to the dawah. From just eating by hand, we can do dawah. Or sometimes, I'm not sure, have you done it before? Just for your own reflection. Sometimes when we have, sometimes when we eat with our right hand, after our right hand is a bit dirty, when we want to drink, how we do? We'll use our left hand, and sometimes we just like this, right? Okay, we tried it before. So, honestly, when we are doing like this, we are drinking with left or right hand? Left or right? This one. It's left. Because even if I release my right hand, the drink is still on my hand. So I am holding with my left. So when we talk about using right hand, even if our hand is dirty, we just use our right hand. This is one of the ways to attract the attention of the non-Muslim. They will see, hey brother, why after you eat with your right hand it's dirty but still it's oily, but still you are drinking with your right hand. So it's a way to start a conversation. I know some of the time we might think that psychologically we will think it's a bit oily, so I don't want to use right hand. Later on this cup will become dirty. Okay, just for us to do some mindset, okay, reframing. We call it as cognitive reframing. Try to reframe or restructure again. If we are drinking with right hand, even if our hand is oily, will you wash the cup after drinking? Even if with your left hand, will you wash the cup? Or you'll put there, so tomorrow we can use it again? You'll wash it. So, similar, if I use my right hand, I wash it again. So what is the problem with using right hand, even if it is oily? At the end of the day, we'll wash. So there's not a problem for using a right hand. And then the second thing is that, okay, some of the time maybe there are some rice or any residue. That is another sunnah. If there is some residue on the hand, what you do? Yes, the sunnah of the Prophet, you lick. But lick with manners, not manners. We talk about manners, bilhal, with manners. Okay? So, we just lick a bit and then we drink. So these are the way we talk about dawah with just eating with right hand. And another one, we talk about Bismillah. Normally, when we say Bismillah, when we want to eat, normally when we say Bismillah, we will use just a very low voice. When we eat, okay, Bismillah. Only we can hear the voice. So what we can do, when we eat with our friend, if we just use a very low voice, it don't have any effect on them. So what we do, we increase our voice, louder. Like for example, Bismillah! Can you do like this? No, because some of you might be a bit sleepy, so there's one way to wake up you. So, will you use like that? No. Because if you are shouting like that, you are not doing dawah to your friend there, you are doing dawah to a restaurant. Like in the cafes, yesterday we are going, so you can do dawah to the whole restaurant. So what we do, just use a moderate voice, okay? Like sitting beside. You say, okay, Bismillah, and then you eat. So some of you might think, is there a way of how we can do dawah? Just Bismillah. This is a story in the Sirah. Have you heard about the story of Adas in the Garden of Adas? Yes? That's how Prophet Muhammad do the dawah. One day, when after Prophet Muhammad went to the town of Taif, and then he was being thrown by stone. After that, Prophet Muhammad get injured, and he find one of the tree, and then he rests under the tree. And there's one Jew coming. His name is Adas. So Adas is a servant. And then he came, he saw Prophet Muhammad. He don't know this is Prophet Muhammad. He don't know it is a prophet. So he came and then he offered some grapes. And when he want to eat when Prophet Muhammad, before eating the grape, he said, Bismillah. And then he eat. So the question asked by the Adas, the servant, is, where are you coming from? I haven't heard this kind of word, Bismillah, before. It's a strange word from him because he never heard what is Bismillah. So he asked. Then the Prophet Muhammad asked about his name and then his origin. Adas said, I'm coming from Iraq. So Prophet Muhammad said, Iraq is the place of my brother, Yunus ibn Matta. Prophet Yunus. And after that, Prophet Muhammad talked about the story of Yunus, Prophet Yunus. And then he said, Prophet Yunus is a prophet. I'm his brother, meaning Prophet Muhammad is also a prophet. But at this time, after hearing the story about Yunus, this Adas, he was amazed by Prophet Muhammad because at that time, he is in the time of Iraq. Iraq is far away. How can a person in the continent of Iraq, he know the story about Yunus? Because as a Adas coming from Iraq, so he know the story of Yunus. But the same story is conveyed or narrated by the man in front of him. So from there, he realized this Prophet Muhammad is really a prophet. He is getting the revelation about Prophet Yunus. So at that time, Adas became Muslim. So the starting of the conversation, going back to just the kalima of Bismillah. So every small thing in our daily life can be a part of our dawah. Eating with our right hand. Even as a Muslim, having our beard, having a beard. It's a part of dawah. We can show to them how, as a Muslim, we behave. Because we talk about character. Dawah bilhal, character. Or for Muslim men, one of the things taught by Prophet Muhammad is we cannot have isbal. Our trouser cannot be below the ankle. Because Prophet said, any part below the ankle will be in the hellfire. So all of this, every daily life, we are doing it. At the same time, we are getting our pahala, getting our reward because of the sunnah. But at the same time, it is a way for us to do dawah. We copy everything as much as we could to copy what Prophet Muhammad do. Because we said he is like what Allah says in the Quran. Uswatun hasanah. He is the best character. He has the best example for us to follow. So we follow everything, and this manners, the Uswatun hasanah by Prophet Muhammad, is the way we do dawah. How we do dawah? We just copy what have been shown in the Sirah. We learn from Sirah. We learn from all the Sunnah. So, last, as a conclusion, what type of character that we should have, and to the extent we can do dawah? Simple. Be a Muslim that you want to meet. An analogy. After this, when you go back to your house, to your room, in front of the mirror, looking at the mirror, you ask yourself, when I go out later, do I want to meet with the person inside of the mirror? Asking yourself. So if the answer is yes, Alhamdulillah, you have the minimum criteria to do dawah. But if no, then we need to do some reflection. What part that we are not enough? Then we try to improve. But remember, because some of the time, when we say we want to do dawah, the shaitan will come to us. He will whisper to us that you cannot do dawah because your manner is not good enough. Stop doing dawah because you yourself is not a best Muslim. These are the whisper of shaitan, the waswas of shaitan. Because if we use this kind of mindset, then until when we can do dawah? Until we be a best Muslim? No, every one of us can't be the best unless the Prophet Muhammad. So every one of us will have some weaknesses. So along the time, when we do dawah, we try to improve ourselves. But at the same time, we still do our dawah. We do not make our weaknesses stop us from doing dawah. Doing dawah, at the same time, we are also improving ourselves two-way. Not waiting, because recently I met a Muslim. He's doing dawah, yes, but he focusing on dawah with Muslim. Yes, it's a good thing. But there's one sentence he said, I do not do dawah to non-Muslim because I want to wait until I correct all the Muslims. Does it sound logical or practical? No, because using the same logic, you can ask, then when you will correct all the Muslims? Until the time of judgment, we will not correct all the Muslims. Because there will be Muslims who go deviate. There will always be Muslims who are not practicing. That's why we do not wait until we can be the best, but at the same time, we educate the Muslim, yes, but at the same time, we do our dawah to the non-Muslim. It's a two-way. We cannot just focus on one part. Just like an aeroplane. We cannot have only one engine or only one wings. We need to have two. And also, Amar Ma'ruf and Nahi Munkar, we are two. With the Muslim, we are Amar Ma'ruf. But with the non-Muslim, the Nahi Munkar, we stop them from doing the shirk. So that is very important. But remember, dawah bil hal is just a beginning of the dawah. Using your manners to help your dawah, but not using your manners as the only way of doing dawah. Because later on, we will share other type of dawah that we can top up with the manners. Because manners is just a way. When people see we have a good manners, so he will be more willing to listen to us. With the good manners, it is helping us. It's one of the, we say it's a mediator or facilitator for us to do dawah. But it cannot be the main type of dawah, because there are other type of dawah that we'll be discussing later. So that's all from this session about dawah bil hal with your akhlaq. Wa akhiru dawana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Barakallah feek, Brother Adam, for telling us about da'wah bil hal, which is da'wah with our character. I think it's very important. I think the last slide sums it up. Be a Muslim who you want to be. And there's another saying is treat other people how you want to be treated. I think it goes hand in hand. With that being said, we'll take a break off for 5 minutes, for a short break, and then we'll come back and then start with our second segment. So yeah, 5 minutes.
sana.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hope everybody had an added risk this, and hopefully you guys are all energized. We'll now move on to segment number 2. Before I invite Brother Muhammad on stage, I'd like to quickly give a brief introduction about him. He has a diploma in Islamic studies from Hadith, Malaysia. He also serves as the head of the department at Multiracial Directed Muslims, MRM. He is also the head of Street Dawah in Malaysia team, along with a lot more activities. With that being said, I invite Brother Muhammad on stage to tell us more about Dawah, the Kalam and Dawah bil inshallah.
Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, alhamdulillah, we are already on the second day and on the second I would say slot. Okay, so I hope that you guys are still with us, all right? And do you guys still remember the condition yesterday? But I believe during this morning time, you are not going to be sleeping, right? Okay, because inshallah for this section, maybe we will have a little bit of, I would say, I will require some of the brothers to participate, with me on the stage, okay, so that we can be, I would say, a process of learning to all of us, okay. Alright, so alhamdulillah, Brother Adam already have discussed or shared with you guys about dawah bil hal, and we can see that just doing dawah bil hal by akhlaq is not just, it's not enough. It requires for us to also to other, to do other type of dawah also. Okay. So for this second segment, we will discuss about dawah bil kalam, and I believe you guys know what does it mean by dawah bil kalam. Try to guess, what is it? Huh? Dawah bil kalam. Kalam. Huh? Words. Okay. Yes, by writing. Okay. By writing. Okay. So it can be writing, or we can say by books. Okay. So we are going to use how we want to use. I would say our writing, or I would say our materials of dawah materials. How we want to do dawah to our prospect. Okay. So when we say about dawah bil kalam, most of us maybe we thought that when we want to discuss about Islam, it must always, if let's say we want to use a book for as our tools for our materials to do dawah, maybe most of us think that okay, we just require an Islamic books. We cannot use other type of books for us to start a da'wah or for us to engage with da'wah. But actually, my brothers and sisters, throughout my experience of da'wah, I can say that you can use any kind of books for you to for you to start an engagement about Islam. So it doesn't mean that you just require an Islamic book to start an engagement, to start an initiation, for you guys to have discussion about Islam. It can be any kind of books. Like for example, yesterday we have, I heard that some of you guys are computer science, okay, engineer, okay, and then you have, what else? Yeah, business. So, you guys can use those kind of books, okay, and you can relate with Islam also. So how you guys want to relate it? Like for example, okay, this is one of the books that we have produced from our team. It is regarding the Chinese culture, the Chinese belief. So whatever that Brother Adam have shared with you guys yesterday is just a little part of inside of this book. Because when we say about Chinese belief, Chinese culture is so, I would say that it's so massive, it's so big. We can say that there are many things that they apply in their culture and their belief. So we can say that this is one of the books that for us to introduce to the public about what is their belief and what is their culture. If you look in this book, there's not at all discussing about Islam. It's just a book discussing about the Chinese belief, about their culture, okay? Just to make the Chinese themselves to increase their knowledge about their own culture, about their own religion, about their own belief. Because as Adam has mentioned to you guys that most of the Chinese, they themselves do not study about their belief. They do not. They themselves they don't understand about their own culture. It's more of they just follow what their ancestors have been teaching to them. So it's like in the Quran mentioned that when they are the one, those of category of people that they just follow their ancestors. All right. So basically, we say that this book is not an Islamic book. It's just a general books about belief, about culture. And just to share with you guys, I have managed to distribute these books, at least 5 books, to a non-Muslim, and they become, and not just I give to them, but also they become our agent to convey about Islam. But bear in mind, this book is not about Islam. It's just about a culture belief, about Chinese belief, about their religious belief, but it doesn't relate with Islam. But how did I manage to distribute 5? And then a part of that, they become agent for Islam. To share about their belief and also to share about what is Islam perspective about their belief and about their culture. So basically, how I do is, you can, this is where you need a little bit of, I would say that, goes a little bit of study about their religion. So how I do is, like for example, those 5, I would say people that I distribute are, all of them, they are Grab drivers. It is a stranger, I do not know them. We just met for one time and then we have a discussion and then, alhamdulillah, they took the book and then they distribute it. So what happened is, so whenever we have the culture that whenever we book a Grab, I will hope that the Grab driver that I will get is a non-Muslim. So alhamdulillah, during that moment, I got a Chinese. So before the Grab arrived, so I will bring this book and few of pamphlets. That is what been practiced by us, okay, in our organization. So we will make sure that we have some da'wah materials or maybe any kind of books for us to start to do da'wah. So what I do is, alright, so imagine this is the book. Okay, just imagine it, because I forgot to bring it. Alright, so when so what I will do is, because I know that the Grab driver is a man, so I will sit at the seat beside the driver. I will not going to sit at the back, because if I sit at the back, so it's a bit hard for me to engage using, I would say, any kind of materials. If let's say I'm at the back, so I can engage by, I would say that the type of dawah that is dawah bil lisan. Okay, so dawah bil kalam. So what I do is I took out the book when I enter in the car. So the first thing that I do is, yes, I greet the person. Hi, okay, all right, and then I put the book. I make sure the title, is how to say. The driver can see the title of the book. So I put at my lap, okay, like that. So just put like that, okay, for a while. So I can notice that, okay, he just saw, he didn't like, I mean, it's just like a quick view. So I believe that he didn't like really look or read, I mean, about the book. But at least at least the driver, I mean, I have indicate that to the driver that I bring some books, okay, with me. So I just put that. And then, you know, usually for a Chinese driver, they will have something in front of the car. So what kind of example that you come across? If you notice, what do they have in front of their car? Okay, the cats. What else? Sorry? Talisman, yeah. What else? Okay, the cat, yes, the cat. Okay, idol, but what kind of idol that you guys notice? Don't worry, you guys don't need to remember, I mean, know the name. It's just, I mean, what's the, I mean, how the idol looks like. Okay, sometimes they have Buddha. Sometimes you find, okay, there's an elephant. So if let's say it's an elephant, you know it is it's a Hindu. Okay, there's no Buddhist will have a statue of, I would say, elephant. Okay, so basically when you know that, okay, there's a Buddha, or maybe there's some figure that have a big stomach. Okay, they call it as the fatty Buddha. So I mean, you know, okay, the guy is we can say it's a Buddhist, or it's a mix of Taoism or Confucianism. Okay, so what I do is, okay, you know, whenever we inside the Grab, what is the common question that we will ask to the Grab driver? You know, like in Dawah, we have most common question being asked by non-Muslim, right? And you know that for Grab driver also, they have books about most common question being asked by their customers. So what are the most common question that the customer will ask? Huh? Where are you from? Okay. What else? Oh, you guys don't took any Grab? Okay, where are you from? Okay, what else? How's your day? Right? Drivers. Okay, maybe the most common that, okay, you can say how is your day? Okay, where's you from? Or maybe it's more of like you want to try to have an engagement, right? And maybe some of you guys, when you enter the Grab, and then you just keep silent because you don't want to have any engagement. But bear in mind that when we say about dawah, just like we have discussed yesterday, don't think that dawah is only being done during an event. Whenever you have a proper event like inside the university, then you do dawah. But outside also you can you can do dawah. So for example, when you have a Grab driver that is non-Muslim, regardless how bad your day is during that day, try your best to do dawah. Because why? Because the one who said that give the opportunity for you to get a non-Muslim driver is none other than is Allah Himself. Okay. Or yes, we know that it's from from the apps itself. Okay. But the one that decide that make it allowed to happen is Allah Himself. So meaning when we got a non-Muslim driver, so it is an opportunity for us to give da'wah to them. So don't let go of that opportunity. So what I do is, okay, I would just do like a normal customer. I will just ask the person, how many years he have done Grab, where is he from, just to break the ice, okay, just to make him feel casual and just to see that either the person is okay to discuss or not. So alhamdulillah, the guy is very, is quite talkative. And then he's quite open to discuss. So what I do is, after we have discussed for, to break the ice, and then I start to question, ask him, I said to him that, brother, can I ask you, I think I saw this thing, but I can't remember the name of this thing. This figure. Wait. Let me check. So what I do is I open the book. So I start to open the book, and then I search, and then I go on the segment that showing the picture of that God, that figure, and then I say, oh yes, it is Kuan Yin. Is it right? And then he said, yes, it is Kuan Yin. And I said, okay, all right, interesting. Oh, now I know. But brother, since you are Chinese, from when I read this book, I got this book from an event. It is been written down by a Chinese Muslim. And then in this book he shared about about his belief, about what he knows about the Chinese culture, about what is the Chinese belief. And then yes, in the book, as like you mentioned, it is Kuan Yin. In the book also mentioned it is Kuan Yin. But one thing that I was a bit confused is, in this book say that Kuan Yin is a man. But the one that you have in front of your desk is a woman. So, do you know about this? So what happened is the drivers, he said, no. Kuan Yin is a woman. There's no such thing as Kuan Yin is a man. So I said, okay, all right, interesting. Now you make me worried. And he said, why? This guy, he said that, last time he's a Buddhist. But now, alhamdulillah, he become a Muslim. Okay? And brother, in Islam, you can talk about your previous religion if you want to, for the sake of education. Okay? But one thing that when we want to share about our previous religion, in Islam we don't teach that we can tell lies about other faiths. So when you say that Kuan Yin is a woman, and in fact in this book say that he's a guy, so I'm start to worry because he's a Muslim, and you are Chinese, so he's also a Chinese. Now I don't know which one is the truth, but I believe because you are Chinese, but since he also Chinese, so I don't know how to say about this part. And then what happened is, he said, he pulled over at the side of the road, and he said, give me that book, I want to see. And then I give him the book. And then he opened, and then he read. Okay. All right. And then he opened for a few more pages, and then he started to say that, okay, I'm not sure about this. He didn't say I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about this, but it's quite interesting of this book. It did mention about there are many things that I know, and there are many things that actually I don't know about that. But maybe you need to be a bit careful. He said maybe you need to be careful. Maybe you can ask the author itself. So when the driver say like that, I say to him that, but by the way, brother, it's a bit hard for me to ask to the author. I can email to the author, even though the author is Brother Firdaus, is my boss. Okay, just for me to keep the discussion. So I said that to him that I can email to him, but that brother, this book he already print it for thousands, and then he already distribute for throughout the Malaysia, and as I said to you that in Islam we cannot tell lies. So I'm afraid that the information that he have wrote inside the book, it may be wrong, and I don't know either it's right or wrong. Because why? Because I'm not a Chinese. I'm not in that belief. So for you as a Chinese, and you are you also a believer of Buddhism. So can I request you an assistant? Just a small help. Are you okay with that? And then he said, what is it? Can you go back and try to check the book. You try to check all of the information. If let's say there's a wrong information, there's a false information, I would like you to list it down, and then you send it to me. And I would like to complain to the author, saying that, okay, this is the information that you have written down in the book is actually wrong. So I would like you guys, the author to correct it. And you know why I want to do that? Because again, I said to you that in Islam we don't teach, to tell lies. And imagine if they say this wrong information, there are a lot more, Malaysian believe about this. Do you think that it will create more understanding or more misconception? So he said that, yeah, more misconception. Yes, and you know, when there's a lot more misconception happen, we will not going to make Malaysia as a harmony country. We will become disunited. And you like to see Malaysian to become disunited? He said, no. We Malaysian, we must be united. And then said, okay, so that's why, brother, I really need your help. Can you try to check with me, for me? You can take your time. Whatever, I know you are quite busy, but you can take your time. You can exchange number, and then if let's say you are finished, you can just text to me. And then he say, okay, all right, I will take this book and I will try to check it back. And then when he said that he agreed to take it, I didn't stop there. I asked him, okay, how long do you think that you can finish the book? Because I need to put a timeline, a deadline. If let's say I don't put a deadline, then he will not going to take it seriously. But when I put a deadline, so it shows that I'm serious in what I'm going to do. So I said to him that, okay, how long are you going to take? So he said, give me a month. Okay, all right, I'll give you a month. Okay. So and then after that, he's agreed. He took the book, and then we continued. Our destination. And then 3 weeks after, okay, another 1 more week before the deadline, I text him and I asked him, so brother, have you go through all the books? Is there anything wrong in the book? And then he said that, Ayo, Brother Azim, I'm a bit busy, but I did start a little bit, but I'm not half yet, but I need more time. So I said, okay, I give you more time. How long? Because remember, brother, the book is still, being distributed. Many people start to believe. To buy it and then start to believe on that. So I hope you don't take too long. And I said, okay. Give me 2 weeks. Okay, 2 weeks now, another 2 weeks now. So meaning an extra 2 weeks. So meaning 3 more weeks. Okay. And then he said, okay, all right. And then on the deadline itself, Alhamdulillah, he finished the book. And then I text him, I call him, I asked him, and he said that, no, there's nothing wrong about this book. And actually, there are more things, and actually it strengthened my belief to not believe in my religion. Because he said that all of this while, he feel that it's a bit hard for him to believe with things that, their ancestors, their parents just say that, just to do it, okay? Just follow. Don't ask question. Don't question. Their belief. So when he said that, when I read this book, I feel that it gives me more strength to believe that whatever most of the things that in my belief is actually a man-made, and what been stated in this book is actually a fact. I have cross-checked it with my with my teachers and so on. So actually it's correct. And then I said to him, yeah, Alhamdulillah, okay, very good. It's good to know about that. And then after that, he said to me, Bro Azim, can you give me this book? I said to him, why? No, I have more friends that like me last time, so I also want to share to them. I want to prove to them that no, actually what we believe after this one is actually wrong. So I said to him, okay lah, you can take it. But make sure you give to them. And then alhamdulillah, he said, okay, alright. He take the book, and then he really go and preach to his friend. So, I mean, that is one of the way that what have been done. And the same technique that I use for the remaining 4 of the Grab driver. And alhamdulillah, throughout my experience, alhamdulillah, all of them, they took the book. I mean, they managed to, take the bike, okay? And then they also distribute to, their friends. And after that, we communicate. I shared a little bit about to them, slowly about Islam, okay? And they do their own study about Islam, themselves. So, that is one of the way I would say that through books that you guys can do, because usually when we say about books, we usually just give to our friends as a present. But when we give something, a book to a friend, a present, it will not going to give, I would say, there's no pushing factor for them to really read the book. Unless if, let's say, they are really interested about the topic that, the book that we given to them. But if, let's say, it's not something that is interested to them, so we need to create a push factor so for them to go and read the book. Because if not, just ask ourselves, when is the last time that we received a book from our friends that someone gave us as a present? Do you guys remember? When is the last time you received a book as a present? You received a book from your friend as a present. Never in your life. Your friend never give you a book. MashaAllah. Yeah, brother? For your mom, okay. Alright. Don't worry, your mom or your siblings, anything, meaning that everyone can give to you, right? So, how long it took you to finish the book, brother? How long did it took for you to finish the book? Or did you finish the book? No. Why?
So university started.
One of the reasons is because human psychology, because we know that is our book. Our book. So it is depend on us. We can have our sweet time to finish the book whenever we want, right? But when we know that it is not our book, but it is someone else's books, then we will, by hook or by crook, we will try to finish it, right? But when we know that it is our book, believe me, it will take more time. Okay, so that's why what we do is we change. We don't give as a present, but what we do is more of to give them to borrow, just for them to go, to search, go and search on that. Okay, all right. So the same, if let's say, all right. I believe you guys have this book, right? Discovery Islam, you guys don't have? You have, right? Okay. Alhamdulillah, this book is one of the, I would say that, best books that, it's a quite, I would say, brief, talking about Islam, okay? But one thing that about this book is, it have a lot of science, scientific, or we can say the scientific miracles inside there, okay? If let's say you want to do da'wah to, to the Malaysian, or we say to the Asian people, science is not something that is will catch their interest, because the Asian, they are more into logical, or to we say that something that correlate with their life. Because Asian, we hate science. especially in Malaysia, science is not a subject that is very, I mean, it's a subject that is quite interest by the student itself. That's why if you look any YouTuber or any influencer that talk about science, their engagement is quite low. They don't have, they don't have quite a huge number of followers. Because why? Because science is not something that is managed to get the interest among of the Asian. So what we do is, when we say about Dawah Bil Kalam, just like Brother Adam mentioned that when we work in a team, I believe that among of you guys are good writers. Among of you guys have a good content inside in your mind. You know what you want to convey, or maybe you can simplify something that is complex. You can simplify it into a much more better wordings, a much more word that people can easily understand. So what you can do is, what we have done, we amend this entire book. The content that is what the main content, we remain it. But what we do is we add on a little, more of the logical explanation. Okay, we make inside the book we ask people question. Instead of just make a statement, we ask the person to, the reader to think. Okay, because we want to trigger their thinking. Okay, that's why you can see that in the Quran mentioned that there are various verses of the Quran. Allah mentioned that Allah asks us, don't you think? And Allah asks, there's a lot of verse about that. So Allah is asking us to use our brain to think. So we have already amended, but we didn't yet print it. Okay, inshallah we will print it as soon as possible. But what I want to say is, like for the brothers, you guys have experience in da'wah. You guys can make a simple booklets, or maybe throughout your experience, you guys can just write it down, and then you guys can print and distribute it to the student. You can share your life as a student. Why is your life as a student? In searching about the truth. Because not many people do that. Okay, how you want to cope yourself while you are studying, and then in the same time you want to search about the truth. What is your experience engaging with the non-Muslim? What is the question? So those kind of things you guys can write it down, make it in a book, and then you guys can just distribute it. Don't think that your effort of writing it down will become I would say useless. No, because we don't know. Each of I would say that person, they have a little. They have different motivation. Just like Brother Adam mentioned just now, he shared that there are some of cases where there are no Muslim who become Muslim just because they know that in Islam the cost of burial is less than 1,000, but in Chinese belief it is more than 10,000. That's why there's a saying in the Chinese. They say that, in bahasa they say that hidup pun susah, mati pun susah, meaning that when you are striving your life is hard, and even when you die also is hard. Hard in the sense of what? Before you want to die, you need to think how many money that you have, because you don't want to burden your family. Okay, so can just you guys can just write it down. Okay, make in a booklet or maybe in a pamphlet also. Okay, and then you can just distribute. Okay. All right, pamphlets. Alhamdulillah, we already have distributed few pamphlets to in the mosque. Okay. The topic that we have given to you guys is, we only give, I believe it's only 14 topics. But this is where, if let's say you guys feel that there are more topics that can be discussed, that you guys want to share, anyone who are good in writing, who have ideas, you guys can contribute. It's not that just you guys can, must be on the front line just to talk, give a speech. No. Someone who, anyone who are a little bit shy, who do not want to become on the front line, who want to become on the, as the, the backup, team, you guys can just contribute by writing. Just make a simple pamphlets, okay, and then you guys can print and then can distribute to the, to the student. One thing that we have done is right. Yesterday, there's one brother, I think Brother Koyum, he had shared that there's one time that you guys do an event, a talk, and then you put Jesus is a Muslim. And then what happened is the banner was being taken down, okay, and the management asked questions and so on, right? Okay. You know, when we put just Jesus as a Muslim, yeah, it did trigger some people, okay. But most of the people that when they are being triggered, they are being triggered in a I would say that in a way that they become aggressive. They are not being triggered in I would say that a rational state, but it's more of in like a aggressive aggressive situation, okay? Because it's just like a blind, it's a very bold statement, right? We do realize that. That's why, like for example, most of the pamphlet, usually last time, we just print from, if you Google Islamic pamphlets, okay? Most of our pamphlet is coming from that website. We print it, but what we do is, we adjust some of the content that what we do is, we adjust it to make it more non-Muslim, we can say friendly, or maybe they are more welcoming for the non-Muslim. Like for example, this one, we put last time is Jesus according to Islam or Jesus in Islam. If you Google on the website, the topic is Jesus in Islam. But what we do is, we change the topic, we put Muslim love Jesus. And of course we need to put a prophet of God. Because if you just put Muslim love Jesus, the Muslim management, they will ask you what kind of belief that you guys are trying to portray. Okay? So when you put a prophet of God, the Christian they were not going to react aggressive to you, but in the same time, it will catch their interest to know why we Muslim, we say that we love Jesus. Even though they know that, okay, Jesus is a prophet, but when we say that we love him, it still can get their attention, and then from there we can have engagement to them. So when we change the topic, obviously when we change a topic, we also need to change a little bit of the content to make it suit with the objective of the topic. So when we say that Muslim love Jesus, if you look on the original topic, Jesus in Islam, it doesn't show that, the content doesn't show that we Muslim love Jesus. It's more of to prove that Jesus is a Muslim. So what we do is we change a little bit of the content to show that we Muslim, we really love Jesus. Okay? And Alhamdulillah, after we have made the changes, this is among of the pamphlet that was that we print 3 times more compared to other pamphlets. Because the Christian and also even the Hindus also, they love to take this pamphlet. Okay. The same thing, what is the purpose of life? From the website, the purpose of life is mentioned a lot of scientific facts, scientific miracles. But what we do is we take 90% of the content of the scientific miracles, we take it down. We create more questions to the readers. And the same thing, this pamphlet also, if this pamphlet we require 3 times, this pamphlet we require 5 to 6 times more pamphlets. So if let's say this pamphlet we print 15,000, so this one will print more 5 times, so it become 75,000. Because this topic, it can easily can be used to all of the believers, regardless either they are Christian, they are Hindus, they are Jainism, they are spiritual believers. It really get their interest, because just like Adam mentioned that, the 3 most common question that we will ask is why we are here, where we're coming from, and what's going to happen to us after the life after death. So it's a very common. So that's why when we change the content, okay, to trigger their mind. Okay, so it's the same thing. If let's say you guys see that there are more content that you guys can, you would like to share, you guys can just do the content, okay. And if let's say you guys want to know either is it the content is okay or not for on the field, because you guys need to understand that when we do this content, when we make the changes, we make sure that the content is something that we will use during our dakwah on field. It is exactly how we want to present. It is exactly how we will make the content being structured. Okay, so if let's say you guys come up with a new content, and you guys want to seek any advice, either the content is it suitable for on the field or not, maybe you guys can just suggest to us, and then we can look on that. So if let's say it's okay, maybe inshallah we can help you guys to print it out for free, and then you guys can just distribute it to the public. Okay. All right. Since next week you guys will have a booth, okay, and I believe you will use this too, okay? Right? Look familiar? Okay. We print it. We make this. For this, what we call as the Islamic information kiosk. For 1 unit, it require at least around like 1 to 5,000 ringgit to produce. And we produce it we produce it 100 units, and it costs us 0 ringgit. We don't fork out any money to produce this IIK, Islamic Information Kiosk, because it is fully sponsored by Afin Islamic Bank. For a bank to sponsor for a program about dawah, even it is stated that they are Afin Islamic, it's not something that is they will do. Okay, but we discuss with them about marketing, so alhamdulillah they buy the idea, so they help us to print, okay, to make it, okay. So I believe you guys will use this for your booth. So what I can say, share to you guys is, okay. What is the main topic that you guys thinking of to discuss to discuss during the weekdays itself? When you guys open the booth, what kind of topic that you guys want to focus? Okay, you guys will promote talks more. Okay, all right. So how many talks? 5 topics. 5 topics. Okay, all right. So what is the topic? Okay, is there a God? How many gods? Okay. Okay, morality. Gender roles, okay. Okay, Jesus. Okay, who's Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Okay. All right. So you basically you have like three topic that is a direct relate with religion. Two topic is more like a general, that is about gender and morality. Okay, all right. Okay. So meaning that when you open the book, will you also distribute the pamphlets, or you guys will focus on the giving the leaflet about the talks?
It's mainly just open discussion about Islam. It's just the promotion is a byproduct.
Okay.
It's not the main thing is just anyone, any question, just
Okay. So any question about Islam? All right. Okay. Maybe I would just like to share with you guys that, like what we do is, even in doing our street dawah, first thing that when we meet with our prospect, we don't open for Q&A session. You know why? Like for example, if let's say you meet with an atheist, they do not believe in the existence of God. Okay, so if let's say they ask you a question that, okay, since you are Muslim, so let me ask you, okay, what made you think that Quran is the word of God? So what will be your answer? Huh? Prophecies, miracles, but they are atheists. Yeah, I know. It is their. That is their problem. But you know that one of the things that to make it, maybe I will share you something. Okay. There's one event that where there's one time where when I do street dawah in Masjid Jami' in KL. There's one guy. I forgot the name. When I meet with him, he said that of course, the first thing that I will do is I will ask the background of the person. So and then he said that he's coming from France, and then he said that he knows a little bit about Islam because he heard from his grandmother, and he said that his grandmother have stayed in Lebanon for quite a long of time, for many years, but still the grandmother still remain as a Christian, and then he said that his parents is a Christian, his sibling also a Christian. And what I do is, and he didn't say that what is his belief. He didn't share to me what is his belief. So when he said that his grandmother is a Christian, his parents is a Christian, his sibling is a Christian. So what do you think that come across in your mind that what is his belief? Huh? Probably Christian, right? Okay. So he didn't mention anything that what is his belief. So what I do is, during that moment, I was a little bit of, I would say, rushing. There's no reason for me to rush, but I was so excited during that time. So what I do is, I assume he's a Christian. And you know what? Alhamdulillah, we have a good discussion for almost 2 hours. And during the end of the discussion, because again, like I shared to you guys yesterday, when we want to discuss about the people of the books, the first thing that I shared to you guys that we find similarities. So when I meet with him, I assume that he's a Christian. So what I do is, I go straight about Jesus, Jesus in Islam, the similarities between Christian and Islam. So I discuss with him about the Islamic perspective about Jesus, and so on, blah blah blah. So almost like 2 hours. And at the end of the discussion, we exchanged email. And then after I went back, I just straight away emailed him. And then he emailed back. Okay, alhamdulillah, he responded. And then suddenly he gave me a message, a reply message. He said that, brother, can I make a confession? So I would say that, so he's a Christian, so maybe because Christian, they love to make confession, right? That's why they have confession box. So I said, deep in my heart also, but I'm not the father. Okay, so I said, okay, I type again. Okay, so what is it, brother? And then he said that, Brother Azim, actually I'm a, huh? No. No. During that time I was so excited. Maybe he's a Muslim. No. But actually he said that, actually I'm a Buddhist. So I was like, I was so clueless. I was like, what do you mean by Buddhist? And then he said, he replied, he said that, you know, Brother Azim, when we discuss about, you know, you asked me how was my day in Malaysia and so on, and then you remember when I did share to you that I just came back from Thailand. And during my stay in Thailand, I found that Buddhism is so peaceful and it really fit with my belief. So that's why I embrace Buddhism. So when he made that kind of statement, you know, I deep in my heart I would say that, oh man, I already wasted 2 hours for the things that he do not believe. Even though I did try to relate about, about the prophecies, okay, about the miracles about been mentioned in the Bible about Prophet Muhammad, okay, and what been done. Prophet Muhammad also, mentioned about Jesus. It is mentioned in the Quran. For someone who are in the desert and know about the story about 600 years back. So there's a lot of things that I share with him, but it doesn't click to him because why? Because it's not already, he doesn't believe on that part. He doesn't believe on that belief already. So yeah, I do agree it is his problem for not believing in it. But when we want to become an effective da'i, it is important for us to know what is the prospect belief, and we discuss regarding that, that belief itself. Oh, you can ask them directly, okay? Like for example, if let's say what happened, imagine if let's say you open the book, right? So maybe there are few students will come to you and ask, okay, what are you guys doing? So you guys can just say, okay, we are doing maybe about what do you call? You guys call that week? Discover Islam Week. Okay, so you can say, okay, this is a Discover Islam Week. So Discover Islam is it's a club, right? It's a club, right? Society, okay, it's a society, okay. So club is maybe sounds a little bit, oh, club, man. We can go for drinks. Okay, you say, okay, it's a society. So blah 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 blah, and then maybe you can say that, okay, we are having events. Okay, a few talks during the night, and okay, blah 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 blah. And then from there you can say that, okay, you can take any free pamphlets if you want, because we are here open to, to discuss about religion. If let's say you have any question about Islam, okay. But by the way, can I know what is your belief? Then you can ask them directly on that part, okay. So you can ask, okay, what is your belief? Or maybe what you can do is, you can ask them, okay, you can take pamphlets to them. This pamphlet is free. Okay, if let's say they said, oh, no, I'm okay. So you can say that what you can do is, the reason why I ask you to pick a topic, because why? Because when you say about Islam, it's a very huge information. It's a very, there's a lot of topic that you can discuss, right? But try to, if you can focus 1 or 2 topics, and then from there you sharpen that skill more, it will be more greater. It will be more better. Okay? Because that's why there's a saying that, I forgot the phrase. They say that don't be a, I forgot the phrase. Huh? Yes, being a jack of all trades. Okay? A master of none. Okay? It's a bit. That's why even Jet Li also, he said that. He will not worry if he want to fight with someone who practice with many skills, but he will feel worried when he meet with someone who practice one skill, but more than 50,000 times. Okay, because why? Because the person enhances, the skill more on that part. Okay, so the reason why I asked about the topic is, at least you know you can just immediately get the discussion during that moment. Like for example, you can ask them, okay, since you say that you don't want to take any pamphlets, so by the way, I mean, what do you think about, the purpose of life? For us as a human being, we know. I know that we are as a student, we do have our purpose, that is to study. But have you ever think about what is your purpose of life in this world after we graduate or during the holiday? Have you ever come across, think about what is our purpose of life? So, I mean, that is if let's say you don't start with asking about their religion, okay? That is if let's say you start about, go straight to the topic. But if let's say you straight ask about the religion, and then the person say that he's a Christian, then yes, you can just straight away go for a discussion about Jesus, about prophethood, right? So from there, it's a bit, it can help you guys to focus more, so that you guys can have not just expecting people will come during the talks, okay, but having a one-to-one discussion is more, I would say that it's more fruitful compared to they just come for a talk. Because throughout our experience, they will have more, it will become a more fruitful engagement if let's say we have a one-to-one discussion, okay, compared to when they come in an event, big event. Maybe they have question, but they will feel shy to ask question. Okay, because that is a, yeah. So yes, this book is just to create an interest for them to go to to your booth and then to ask. Okay. But why do I say that? I share to you guys that when we do street dawah, we don't open for Q&A. It's because there are many questions that actually it can be answered easily when they understand the foundation. And for example, for the Chinese, they will always ask questions about, especially the local Chinese. They will ask about politics. They will ask, okay, why do the Muslim leaders they took bribery? Even though they are Muslim, but you see there's so many bad Muslims in Malaysia. So those are the questions that if let's say they understand the fundamental, it can easily answer all of their questions regarding the bad Muslim. Why Malaysia have a highest crime that is been done by the Muslim? Why the Muslim is so bad? Why the Muslim involved with rape people? Why Muslim involved with bribery and so on? So it can be answered easily if they understand the fundamental. So if let's say they ask you a question, right? Why do Muslim? They are bad Muslim. So instead of we answer them straight away, what we can do is we divert the question by saying that, okay, brother, your question is very interesting, is very good, and you know that in order for you to understand fully about the answer that I will share with you, it is important for you to understand the fundamental first. Because if let's say you don't understand the fundamental, then you will have hard time to understand about the answer that I will share to you. So do you have time for me to discuss about the fundamental? So just make that kind of, I would say that quick, I would say adjustment on that part. Okay. Okay, this is just a. If let's say you guys have ideas to decorate on the booth, you guys can just do like this. Okay. And you know that throughout our experience, this prophethood chart is the most, I would say that, eye-catcher for the prospect, especially to the Hindus and also to, the Christian and also, the atheists. Although in this pamphlet do have the chart, okay, if you look there, there's a chart, okay. But this chart is the I would say that it is outdated. This is the updated. Huh? Yeah. I mean, this is why, you know, not all of the information that you come across in a pamphlet, you need to just fully accept it. You need to double check, and then you need to, to do more research. And when you say about the chart of the prophethood, because we know that a clear hadith mentioning about the ancestor of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is only up until Adnan. But after that we can say that it is ambiguous. So the same thing about the rest of the prophet, it is something is a bit I would say it is ambiguous. So it is required for a latest update or latest finding, research to be done to see either is it accurate or not. So from what we have discovered, okay, and it is been done by one universities, okay, they come up with this new chart. And to be surprised, the one who produced this research is not been done by a Muslim, and it's not been done by a Christian. It has been done by an atheist. But the the group, they are open because why? It is an academic, and when we have cross-checked the detail, and then we ask few of the scholars, and alhamdulillah, they say that all of them they say that it is accurate. This is the latest. We say that the finding that we come across. And for example, if let's say in these pamphlets, Zulkarnain, Zulkifli, if you look here, Zulkifli, we put it is under. We say that it is the ancestor of Ayub, Prophet Ayub. But if you look from the Bible or even from the Israelite and even from the Quran and the Sunnah, Zulkarnain is actually a title. It's not an exact, we say, name of a prophet. It is a title because in the Quran mentioned that it is a title. So we don't know who is their ancestors. So that's why for us to say that it is it's a lineage go direct to Ayub is wrong. Okay, so what we do is in this new we say that chart, we put it aside. We just put question mark, but we know that okay, it is among one of the prophets. Okay, so that itself we can use it as a point for us to convey to them about what is Islam is all about. Okay. So about pamphlets, are you guys okay? I believe you guys know how to do that. It's quite direct. And maybe just to share with you guys that even though it's just a pamphlet, but alhamdulillah, there's a lot of revert. I would say that there's a lot of non-Muslim that embrace Islam just because we just distribute pamphlets. One of the example that I can give is, one of the imam by the name of Imam Taki Takazawa, an imam in Japan, a big mosque in Japan. If you look at, he always wear a robe because why? His entire body is full of tattoo. Because he's an art tattoo that he do for Yakuza, for a gangster group. So what happened is, there's one time when he was in London, on the street of London, suddenly there's one person give him a pamphlet. And then when he get the pamphlet, there's no further discussion, he just took the pamphlet, and then he go back and go search about the pamphlet, because the pamphlet managed to capture his interest. And then he go and learn, and alhamdulillah, not long after that, he embraced Islam. The same situation that happened, that we experienced during our street da'wah. This pamphlet, it is a new design that we produced. We create a new design in 2019. We have another design that have an image of camel, okay, and it is fully orange. We have used since 2016 up until 2019, because 2019 we changed this new design and also the content. And you know what happened is, during the early 2019, when we already print this pamphlet, there's one guy suddenly come to our booth, and then he took out our pamphlet, the previous design, and then he said that, you know, when I was in Malaysia in 2017, I received this pamphlet, and after that I learned about Islam, and now I'm a Muslim. So giving pamphlet, don't think that, okay, it's just giving pamphlet and then people are not going to embrace Islam. It is up to Allah who He want to give hidayah, but the important is we put our effort. And imagine, let's say, the one who contribute the idea, the content inside the pamphlets. MashaAllah, he have more reward than I believe that the rest of us. Because imagine the same pamphlet being distributed throughout the world, throughout the entire country. How many people have benefit from the message? So if let's say you guys are someone who are not in front, you guys afraid to talk one-to-one with directly to the people, but you have ideas. Don't let that idea just go away, okay? But use it for the benefit for Islam. Just contribute your ideas, then maybe inshallah it can be part of to be printed and then can be distributed. Okay, so I believe there's a lot of benefit that you guys and reward that we can get just by writing a pamphlet or maybe writing a book and then distribute it to the public. Okay. All right, that is about Dawah bil Kalam. I will just do a quick before we have our lunch, okay, about Dawah bil Lisan. So I believe you guys know what is Dawah bil Lisan, right? So meaning Dawah bil by speech, right? Okay. So Dawah bil Lisan, there's a lot of type of Dawah bil Lisan. Like for example, one-to-one. Okay, one-to-one is the best Dawah bil Lisan because it's more private. Okay, it's more private and it's not secret, but it's more private. And when it is more private, people, our prospect, they will tend to be more open and there will be more question that they're willing to ask. Okay, so one-to-one, okay, we have debate. Do you guys have debate here? No, right? Don't worry. We don't do debate, but this is just a method that just for you. Just for sharing. We have khutbah. Okay. All right. One thing that just now that one of you guys asked question to Adam regarding about the mosque, right? Okay. Before I go this one, okay. Maybe before I go to the mosque, I will just share to you guys here because yesterday I did ask one of your friends. Because alhamdulillah you guys have many activities towards the non-Muslim. You have like talks, okay? And I did ask, like for example, Brother Koyum, did you guys have a class for a non-Muslim? Specific class for a non-Muslim. Just about a basic learning about Islam. Meaning that about the Fardu Ain, about the 6 articles of faith and 5 pillars of Islam. That's all. So he said that, you guys don't have. So I suggest to him that if you guys can do that kind of class, take that opportunity. Because if you open that class to a non-Muslim, inshallah there will be a lot of non-Muslim. They will, come to the class, and they want to learn about Islam, because it's just a basic. It's Fardu Ain. And I believe you guys can, each of you guys can teach Fardu Ain, right? Can teach 6 articles of faith, right? or you guys don't know how to teach the 6 article of faith? Huh? You guys can teach 6 article of faith, right? Okay, alhamdulillah. For those who think that, oh, I cannot teach 6 article of faith, then meaning that the person need to go for the class. They need to attend for the class. I mean, because this is about, I mean, the most basic. And you know that I shared to Brother Koyim that, you know, outside there we have so many da'wah NGOs. And throughout our experience during the early, I would say that 3 to 4 years back, there's no NGO that open class for a non-Muslim. And what happened is, what we do is, we start to advertise it, we start to open class for non-Muslim, and alhamdulillah, there's a lot of non-Muslim come to our class. Okay, we have one-to-one class, we have a group class, and after we do that, there's a lot more NGOs, and there's a lot of more mosques. They start to open class for the non-Muslim. After they have see what the result that that come out from our class. I can say that throughout my class, majority of my students, when they come in my class, they come as a non-Muslim. Majority of, not just my class, our class. Majority of the students, when they come to our class as a non-Muslim, they come out as a Muslim. Majority of them. Only 1 or 2 that they come out, they finish the class and they still remain as a non-Muslim. But majority of them, when they join our class, they didn't finish yet the class, but sometime during the early class, the early stage of the class, and then even during the mid of the class, most of them they start to embrace Islam. They didn't wait until they finish the class. So our class, we have a syllabus. We come out with a 5 to 6 month syllabus, but it can be comprehend to become like 3 months. Okay, it depends. But I believe if they say you guys open a class for the non-Muslim here, it's just a basic class. It's not about advanced class. It's a very basic class. The 6 article of faith. It's very simple. I believe if they say you guys can open that just once in a week, I believe there will be a lot of students that will come for the class. You guys can do it in the mosque, or maybe at outside and so on. It can be dynamic. Okay, because alhamdulillah, you guys already have your halaqah in the mosque, okay, for the Muslim, but you guys don't have a halaqah for the non-Muslim. Because don't just expect the non-Muslim will come for a big event. They were not going to come because why? They know they will think that, okay, what will their friend will think about if let's say they meet, if let's say they bump with each other. But when you guys have a private class, so they will be a little more open to that. Okay. So we have classes. Okay. This is mosque tour. You guys have mosque tour here? Have you guys tried mosque tour here? Or open mosque day? Huh? Have you guys tried? No. How about the sisters? Because just now the question being asked about the mosque. So I believe do you guys organize this kind of event? Or it's just a invitation? Just invitation. All right. Huh?
We do have something like an event to bring other people to the mosque. Like for the brothers, we sometimes organize gaming nights.
Okay.
Like just at the mosque, so they all come there, and then they get a tour of the masjid as a side run.
Okay. All right. Okay. So meaning you organize like a game, inside the mosque. Or meaning that at the outside of the mosque. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, that is indirectly. But when we say about open mosque day, or we say that mosque tour guide, it is more direct. Okay. And I believe if let's say you guys organize these kind of things, that question itself, they were not going to feel that, we are trying to, how to say, to be direct to them about the mosque itself. Okay, especially when they are in the mosque. They don't feel that we are too direct to share to them about Islam when they are in the mosque. Because why? They understand when you guys open for a mosque tour guide, or for a mosque tour day, meaning you are giving an idea to them that they can just come to the mosque and then they can just ask questions, and then they themselves can witness what is the things that you guys do inside the mosque. Not just outside of the mosque, but it really inside of the mosque. Because Brother Qayyum mentioned to me that this mosque is already been under the student, right? It is fully been passed to the student, right, to organize. Okay, so I believe this is one of the opportunity that you guys can do. An open mosque day. So, like for example, for the sisters, you guys can do for hijab section. Okay, it is only for the ladies. Okay. So for the mosque tour guide, if you guys want to know, what is how to do mosque tour, inshallah maybe another session, we can share to you guys, because me myself, I conduct mosque tour guide to IIUM student in IIUM mosque. I give I conduct, I make a module for IIUM mosque, and then they implement it. So you guys can do the same thing, because especially the Chinese in Malaysia, they really want to enter to the mosque. But for them, when you are not open, you don't open for an invitation like that, they will feel that, okay, mosque is only for the Muslim only. They cannot enter the mosque. But in fact, that they know that their temple, their church, it is open for even the Muslim. But for mosque, they have so many misconceptions. Just like I mentioned to you guys yesterday, when they saw there's a moon and then there's a star, some of them, they thought that we worship the moon. We have the moon god. It's not Allah, it's the moon god. And you know that among of the Chinese community, some of them, they thought that we worship pig head. You know pig, Hingze? They thought that we worship the pig head. Yeah, that's one thing, because we don't eat pork. And that is the reason why we do azan. For them, they don't call azan, we do karaoke. Okay, during 5 times, or even during the early morning, it's so disturbing for them. So Muslim, they do karaoke during the early morning. They say that is the reason why the Muslim do karaoke, and the speaker they will do outside. They don't make the speaker inside the mosque. They purposely do it for the public to hear, because why? Because they want to. They don't want the public to know that we actually, the Muslim, we are slaughtering the pig inside the mosque, and then we worship the pig. This thing happens. And how this idea come across in their mind? Like for example, for the Hindus, what is the animal that is something that you cannot play with? The cow, right? Okay, why? It is a god, right? It is something that is holy to them, right? How about Islam? What are the animal that you cannot mess with if you talk with a Muslim? Animal, I said animal, brother. Oh, he misheard my pronunciation. What is the animal? That is something that you cannot mess with the Muslim. Huh? Ants, pigs, and then what else? Dogs, right? Pig and dogs. Okay. Especially in Malaysia, the Malays, pig and dogs is something that you cannot mess around. Okay? So what they do is, you know, in Malaysia, for a non-Muslim to enter a mosque or a musalla, is it easy? Is it easy for a non-Muslim? Most of them, they won't, because why? Because they have the misconception. One of the reasons, because we don't open, we don't advertise, invite them. Yes, memang, of course it's open, but when you don't invite them, they will not going to know is it open or not. Because you know, in Sri Lanka, there's a misconception that what happened is, in Sri Lanka they say that, you know, why the Muslim they come to the mosque 5 times a day is because every time when they go to the mosque, actually they are planning to do a suicide bombing. No, they're making a planning. They go a meeting and then they discuss how we want to do the suicide bombing, which area and who want to do it. So they want to give a motivation. They want to brainwash the Muslim and then to go for suicide bombing. Anyone from Sri Lanka? Ever heard about that? Yeah? Yeah. That's why last time they banned for for Muslims to go for the mosque. That's happened in Sri Lanka. It's just few years back. I think in 2019, 2007. Yeah. 2019. It's just recently. And uniquely in Malaysia, among of the Chinese, some of the community of the Chinese, they don't think that we are planning for suicide bombing, but they have the idea that we worship a pig head. You know, for them, you see, when we do our Eid al-Adha, when we do our Korban, when we want to slaughter the cow, what we going to recite? What will the Muslim will recite loudly? They will do the takbir, right? Allahu Akbar, right? Isn't the same like the azan? Okay, why the Muslim do the takbir? Huh? Sorry? So the meat is halal, okay? That is from our understanding. Some of them, they thought that, okay, why we say loudly is because we don't want the other cow to hurt the sound of the struggle of the cow. That's why we recite out loudly, so that the other cow will not going to listen the cow that being slaughtered. So it's to blend the sound of the cow, right? So this idea, what happened is, they said that why the Muslim they do karaoke 5 times, because during that time when they do that karaoke, Allahu Akbar, actually they are start to slaughter the pig. And when they finish the slaughter, that's why you don't hear any. Why they do speaker outside? Because they want to make sure the sound of the pig is not being heard by the public. Huh? The iqamah, wallahu alam. The second part, wallahu alam. But iqamah is not commonly been. The speaker will use outside, but the most common is the azan. And what they say that after the Muslims have already slaughtered the pig, and then they will put the pig at the front, and then they will worship the pig. You guys never heard about this, right? But this is happened in Malaysia. And you know why this happened? You know why this happened? Why did that misunderstanding happen in Sri Lanka? Why did that thing happen? Yeah, because we don't invite them. They don't know what we are doing. Yes, in Malaysia they do have mosque tour. In other places, like for example, if you go to Putrajaya, in Masjid Putra, but when they go there, they are unable to enter during the prayer time. They can only enter after the Muslim finish their prayer, halas, then they can enter the mosque. But the most crucial part is they want to know what is actually we are doing during the prayer time. Is it really we are planning for suicide bombing, or actually we are really worshipping a pig and so on? But when we do not open, we don't invite them. That's why it creates that kind of misconception. So yesterday I didn't suggest that. So maybe for today, since you guys are the one that manage the mosque, it is a big opportunity for you guys to do da'wah by do mosque tour. I'm not going to say mosque tour. Just do an open mosque day. Make that as one of the event also. You can guys invite the non-Muslim to come inside the mosque, and then you guys can let them see inside the mosque, and from there, when they come to the mosque, it's actually they are submitting their way to listen what you want to say about Islam. Believe me, brother, whatever after that you want to say to them, you want to share to them about Islam, they will open their ears and they will totally submit to hear from you guys. It's totally different with street da'wah or you open a booth. It's a bit different. Because when you open that, when they come, they are willingly come to the mosque. Actually, they are openly to listen to what you want to say about Islam. It's a huge opportunity. That's why this is our experience when we are in Qatar. You know, one thing that makes Qatar World Cup success is because why? Huh? It's the open mosque. You can see that in the stadium, they make a mosque that is, it is glass barrier, meaning that people from outside they can see the Muslim praying over there. That's why you can see that during the World Cup, there's a lot of thousands of non-Muslims they embrace Islam, and we also go there. I experienced that. Although we are an expert in street da'wah, but alhamdulillah, we use street da'wah experience to do mosque tour. I mean myself, that's why I managed to create module for the IIUM student. But this is a family coming from Sri Lanka. They're coming from Sri Lanka just to witness for the FIFA. So, alhamdulillah, when we do da'wah over there, there's two types of da'wah we do there. We have open mosque, and then we have street da'wah. But we don't call it as street da'wah, we call it as tent da'wah. They open a tent, the Arab culture tent, okay? And then from there they put some pamphlets, and then we ask them to try the clothes of the Qatari, and then we explain a little bit about the culture of the Qatari, and then from there we slowly discuss to them about Islam. And alhamdulillah, most of the people that we discuss, they embrace Islam. Because it is something that is alien to them. They also have their mindset that when they know that Qatar is open for mosque, they understand that throughout their life, they think that mosque is something that is so sacred that a non-Muslim cannot enter. But when they manage to enter and then they can witness how the Muslim pray, and then there's people go and discuss with them, alhamdulillah, thousands of people embrace Islam. You can ask our brothers and sisters that conduct for mosque tour guide in Masjid Putrajaya, a lot of them become Muslim. Because why? Because, just like I mentioned to you just now, because they are willingly come to you to listen. It's totally different with street da'wah. Street da'wah is you need to catch people and then you need to convince them to listen to you. But for mosque tour, they are willingly to listen to you. It's a very open slaughter for them. Because they just come and then you just do your part. Inshallah, there's a lot of people will embrace Islam. Okay? So this is in Lusai Stadium, one of the not Lusai Stadium, sorry, Lusai Mosque. it is one of the new mosques that they managed to, to build just for the sake of FIFA. Okay. Oh. Okay, Sri Dawa. The things that you guys will do, the Dawa booth is actually just like a form of Sri Dawa. Okay. I will not going to go much on that. I will just end for the session is with okay. I will just end the session with Allah mentioned in the Quran where Allah said that Ud'u ila sabili rabbika bil hikmah. Invite to the way of your Lord, meaning to the way of Allah, not to our way. Convey to the way of your Lord, bil hikmah, with hikmah. So when we say about hikmah, when the question being asked about how can we make sure that they don't feel that we are, how to say, we would like to make sure that our da'wah is do not make them feel uncomfortable with, with our message. But believe me, my brothers and sisters, if you want to do da'wah, there's no such thing as message that will not going to make them not comfortable. Because the sirah of the Prophet himself, we can see that throughout his da'wah, there's a lot of people feel uncomfortable with his message. And bear in mind that he is the best example for us. Even for the best example that Allah have given to us, a role model, he's the best person with the best akhlaq. Still, there's a lot of people will feel uncomfortable with his message. Then how about us? Never think that when I do da'wah, I must make sure that the person will not feel bad with my message. Never think that they were not going to, I need to make sure that they will not feel that uncomfortable with Islam. No. Da'wah is amar ma'ruf nahi munkar. If you make them feel comfortable with you and they do not feel uncomfortable with you, then you need to re-evaluate your message of da'wah. Because by hook or by crook, the nature is when you do ma'ruf, they will feel uncomfortable with you. But if let's say they don't feel uncomfortable with you, the meaning that you need to evaluate the way of you doing da'wah. Maybe you do not put the element of ma'ruf there. You just only focus on the, sorry, not the ma'ruf, you only focus on only focus on ma'ruf, but you don't put the munkar there. But when you put the munkar, you ask them to prevent themselves from doing the munkar, obviously you will make the people feel uncomfortable. Okay? So, I would say that that's all for me for this session. So I will end with, I will pass back to our moderator. So, subhanakallah wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We'll now wait for lunch. Before that, inshallah, question a few brothers and hopefully a few sisters side as well. Their takeaways from the three da'was I mentioned. The first one was da'wa bil hal, and the second one was da'wa bil kalam, and then da'wa bil lisan. So, starting with the brothers, anybody like to volunteer and speak a few words about the three da'was mentioned? Otherwise, I'll pick somebody else. Any volunteers? Okay, I'll pick somebody out. Let me pick Ibrahim. Use the mic, please.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Da'wa bil hal I missed, and then da'wa bil kalam and da'wa bil lisan. I can talk a few words about that.
Why did you miss the first one?
how to convey your message through writing and publishing booklets and pamphlets and stuff. And then Brother Muhammad talked about the different priorities according to this people, according to the audience, which should be there. For example, in the Malaysian context, we can have more of logical arguments rather than the scientific ones, according to the audience. So this is brief takeaway from my side. Da'wah bil lisan was how do you convey your message through speech, and a few ways could be the first one could be by debating or one-on-one, and the other one which he talked about was speech. And key takeaway from Da'wah bil lisan is that the longest he talked about was this one, people who voluntarily come to the masjid. That's a great opportunity for us to cash on and basically convey the message. So as Ramadan is also approaching, we can actually look forward to that. So this is a key takeaway.
Barakallah feek, Ibrahim. I'm not going to answer, I'm going to stop right there. I'm being told to break for lunch and lunch because I don't want to eat into too much of your time. With that being said, سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. We'll be back 2:15 inshallah. So inshallah, be back by 2:15 p.m. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I hope everybody had lunch and played Dhuhr, inshallah. This period after Dhuhr till Asr is a period where everybody feels sleepy, dizzy, not dizzy, feels sleepy, and we all like to doze off. So I would like everybody to do a mini, exercise. Not exercise, just stretch your limbs a little bit. So if everybody could just stand up from both sides and just do a little bit of stretching, a little bit of neck exercises, basically get the blood flowing. Everybody, please stand up. Both sides, please. Brothers and sisters, please get up. This is a command, this is not a request. So just stretch. If there's any bit of sleepiness, drowsiness in you, just remove it from your system. Just move around a little bit, and we'll start, inshallah. I'll give you guys 30 seconds to move around, and get the lazy energy out of the system, bi'idhnillah. I've already done this, so that's why I'm not doing it right now. I've already done this earlier. I just did it before coming here. So barakallahu feekum. You guys can all sit down. We'll start now. I'd like to invite Brother Muhammad to stage, where he will be telling us more about the different types of da'wah, inshallah. Okay, Brother Muhammad, stage is yours.
Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Since I need to stretch more.
Okay, alhamdulillah, we are almost at the end of our workshop for today. Okay. After this Dawah Bimbingan, inshallah there will be another last slot from Brother Adam, that is Dawah Media. And then inshallah we will end, if time permits, we will have our Q&A session. Okay? Alright, when we say about Dawah Bimbingan, I believe you guys understood what does it mean by Dawah Bimbingan, right? So Dawah Bimbingan, we can say that it is a dawah where we use our wealth, okay, as a part of contribute for dawah. So why do we want to discuss this as a part of dawah? Is because this is one of the, I would say that important key, or I would say that important role involving in dawah also. Okay, because when we say about wealth, we know that whenever someone who embraces Islam, they have one of the rights that they can demand is they can demand for zakat. Okay, so when we say about demand for zakat, meaning that they require relate about money. Okay, so when we say about Dawah Bimbingan, if they say among you guys, maybe you guys don't want to involve with, maybe you guys don't have any ideas how to construct and content for pamphlets or maybe for dawah articles, or if they say you are not into the other type of dawah field, maybe you are not good in speech, you are not good in social media, but you have wealth, you are rich. Okay, so or maybe even if let's say you are not rich, but at least what you can do is you can also participate in Dawah Bimbingan, right? Okay, so when we talk about Dawah Bimbingan, yes, there's a lot of things that you can do. Like for example, you can just do charity, you can buy food and so on. But the things that I would like to emphasize or to share with you guys is, for example, when we say about this one,
visiting the sickness at hospital, or maybe visiting anyone who are sick, regardless either they are in the hospital or maybe in their house or maybe at their dorms. Maybe our friends were laying down sick at the dorm. Okay. So why this is one of the things that is important? Because in the saying of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he said in hadith Riwayatul Salihin, hadith number 899, where the Prophet said that whoever visit a Muslim, okay, during the dawn, so there will be 70,000 angels. They will pray to the one who visit the Muslim until afternoon. And any Muslim who visit his Muslim who are sick during the evening, 70,000 angels will pray to the person until they reach to the morning, the next morning. And the hadith continues by saying that the share that being given to, the reward being given to the Muslim that he visit, that share it will be preserved as a plant in Jannah. So it's a great reward for us to visit our friends or maybe our Muslim brothers, okay? To whenever they are sick, because one thing that we need to realize that whenever sickness happen to us, there is a moment where we feel that we are alone, we are in a state where it is very easy for us to be sick. Okay? That's why whenever someone will be in the state of sickness, it is very easy for the person to have, their iman to, it can be easily to fluctuate during that moment. Okay? And we know that even though yes, we may think that our brothers who are Muslim, you can see that, for example, you look at your right and your left Muslim brothers and sisters. You may think that okay, they are Muslim, but we don't know if let's say when calamity or sickness strike to them, we don't know what is inside their heart, what is their situation. Because I would like to share with you one of the experiences that I have is there's one Muslim. Throughout his life, he never experienced, he's someone wealthy. And he do have sickness, just a small kind of sickness. But one day what happened is, he was being tested with a sickness that he was, that he are unable to move his body anymore. Meaning that he is paralyzed. Full of their body, his body is fully paralyzed. And during that moment when he was fully paralyzed, he cannot walk, he cannot go for work, he cannot do most of the things that he has done throughout his life, he is unable to do. So what happened is, not just he was being tested with sickness, when he was unable to work, what happened is, his wife, when they are being, the family being tested with that kind of calamity, being tested with that kind of test, the wife demand for the husband to divorce her. And not just that, the wife demand for her to get, for her to take care of the children herself. Because what? Because the husband are unable to take care of the children. If let's say they got divorced. So and what happened is, they really got divorced, and the husband can be left alone, okay, and with the situation that he cannot work, he needs to be put to the rehabilitation center, okay, for his treatment. He undergo for physiotherapy, and alhamdulillah, he managed to recover from it. But not fully recovered, just I would say that he still struggle to move properly. So what happened is, with his situation during that time, nobody had, his close friends, his close Muslim friends, what happened is they start to associate with from him. They start to keep their distance from him. They didn't visit him. They didn't ask how was the situation and so on. So what happened is he became so stressed, and plus with his siblings, his biological siblings, whenever he go outside from the house, okay, he was during that time he start to stay at his mother-in-law, mother-in-law, in a stepmother's house. When in the house, the sibling also is there. Okay, his biological sibling. So each time whenever he go out from the house, and then he return back to the house. Imagine, your siblings ask question, not asking that, okay, how was your day? But what they do is, they ask him, they ask him saying that, how many more people have you how many more people have you disturbed from the morning? Meaning that, because the situation that he cannot work, so meaning that when they start to question him that how many people that he try to go and seek for help and so on, so disturbing other people's life. So they start to question his action. But in fact, he didn't do that. He just go outside and then for him to for the treatment and so on. Even though they know that he's going for the treatment, but still they will ask those kind of questions. They will always mental abuse him, okay, to say that he's so useless. He's a burden for the family. The family need to take care of him and so on. But the fact that throughout his life before that, he's the one that took care of the family because he was somewhat wealthy. So when the calamity strike to him, it become an 180 degree. It become an opposite where he was being tested with that. So each day he was being mentally abused by the family. Until the moment when he started to think that he want to commit suicide. He have attempted few times, but alhamdulillah it didn't happen. Okay, because he still have iman inside his heart. And one day what happened is, when he was in a clinic, throughout his sickness, no Muslim friends or siblings and so on really care about him. Okay, all of them they visited themselves. But what happened one day, when he was in a clinic, suddenly there's a couple approach him and then ask about his situation. And then when he started to share about his situation, and then the couple said that, okay, but how about you follow us to our place, and I will meet you with our friends, and I believe they can help you. They can help you financially, and they can help you even for your sickness also. I believe they can fully help you on that part, so that your problem can be resolved. So, imagine you are in that place when you are being offered with that kind of I would say service, or kind of offer. What will be what are you going to do? Are you going to take the offer, or are you just going to let it go? If you are in that same kind of situation. You will take the offer, right? Because you are already, you do not have any money, okay? And then the couple offer him for support for financially and also for the help, okay? So eventually he just agreed to go. He agreed with the offer. So he go back with the couple, okay? And then when he reached at the house of the couple, he entered the house. He saw that there's a few group of people. They are discussing something. Okay, There's one group, and then there's another group, and then there's another group. And then he was brought to another group inside the house. So he said that there will be few more people come in front of him, and then start to ask him about his situation, ask him to tell him about his situation that happened. So after he have shared what happened, again those people, when they heard the story, they start to show empathy and then say to them that, say to him that, you know, brother, we can solve your problem. We can, just now, yes, my friend already said that, okay, he can support you for this amount, but actually, we can give you more than that after we heard your situation. Okay, we can give you more than that, but there's only one condition. And then the guys, the one who said, ask them, what is the condition? So they say that
you need to apostate from become Muslim. So during that moment, he was shocked to know that, okay, at first they say that they do offer him to help, but now they say that they can help me. They can help him with that amount. But if they say he require for a full support, they say that you must apostate from become Muslim. So during that time, he's feeling uncomfortable. He said that, okay, can you give me time for me to think? And then they agreed to give him time. And during that moment, it was quite late night. So they offer him to stay at the house because it's already late night. So he was being sent in a room, and then he stayed there. And inside the room, he saw so many pictures. So many pictures that doesn't relate with Islam. Okay, it's relate with other gods. Okay, so when he was laying down there, he tried to sleep. The moment when he want to close his eyes, he can picture those images because it was hanging at each corner of the wall. So he cannot really sleep in a peaceful situation. So immediately he messaged one of his friends that he met when he was in his rehabilitation center. That is his only friend that he just to know. He just get to know, and then even that friend, that Muslim friend, he also in not in a good situation. To help him financially, but both of them, they just try to support more. Try to support in moral support. That's all. But financially they cannot. Okay, his friend cannot. So this guy, he texts his friend, saying that he told all the situation what is happening, and then he said that he don't want to apostate from Islam. He don't want to renounce Islam. He want to stay as a Muslim. And then he said that, please, brother, you need to help me. Can you reach anyone who can help me for my situation? If not, then I need to agree with their offer. Because why? Because I'm not in the state that I have nowhere to go. So what happened is his friend start to text few of we say that NGOs. And Qadawah during that night, the friend text us, and when we realized that his message, and then we go through on all the screenshot between his conversation and the brothers. So we said that to him that, okay, how about try to arrange with him? We want to meet with him tomorrow morning. And then alhamdulillah, after the arrangement, so the brothers said that, okay, they agreed to meet with us during the next morning. So the next morning, when that case itself, I personally handled the case. So I met with with the guy. Okay, we met at Mama restaurant. Okay. So when I meet with him, the first thing when I greet to him, I said, Assalamualaikum, how are you, brother? Try to guess, how was his response? Try to guess, just a guess. There's no right or wrong. Just a guess. After you have listened to the story, so, and after he have text, last night he have already text, he said that he want to remain as a Muslim and so on. And then the next morning, he meet with someone who's going to help him. So try to guess, how was his response? Huh? Sorry? Where is the money? Okay. How about the rest? Just make a guess. Sorry? You said you want to accept Islam? No, he's already a Muslim. Yeah. But the situation that happened is, it required for him to renounce Islam. But now he said to his friend that he don't want to renounce, he requires help, okay? And Alhamdulillah, we are trying to meet with him during the morning time, and we are meeting with him, okay? So what do you think will be the response? If let's say you are in the situation. You guys have no idea, right? Oh, you say Alhamdulillah, right? Yeah. I do understand that why. Most of us we don't know how it will be responded, because why? I believe we never experienced that. Okay, because when we say that about calamity is something, a test that, yeah, maybe we think that, oh, it's something that is, it's not logical for someone to just renounce Islam. Or maybe we think that it's just a small test. Maybe it's a small test for us, but actually it's not a small test for, the person himself, right? So I do understand that, it's hard for us to imagine the situation. But usually if we look through on the request that he have asked, he said that he don't want to renounce Islam, then obviously, in our mind, we may think that he will say that Alhamdulillah. Because why? There's someone who want to help him, right? But what happened is, the actual situation that happened is, he didn't say Alhamdulillah. He didn't ask, where's the money? He said that, I want to go out from Islam. Suddenly, on the first meeting, when I just about to greet him, he just said that, I want to go out from Islam. So during that moment, I was so shocked, because why? Because in his message between him and his friend, it really showed that he do not want to go out from Islam. He want to remain as a Muslim. That's why he seek from his friend for any help that he can find for him. But what happened is, he said that he want to renounce Islam. He want to go out from Islam. So I just respond by asking him, said, okay, brother, what do you mean by you want to go out from Islam? Because from the message that your friend give to me, that it doesn't show that you want to renounce Islam. So what actually happened? And then he said that, no, I want to go out from Islam, because why? Because if Islam is the true religion, then why there's no Muslim come to help me? But this group of people who are non-Muslim, when they just listen to my problem, they immediately say that they will help me from A to Z. They're willingly to help me all out. But when I ask from a Muslim, even from my close friend, that I have helped them whenever they are in, whenever they are in sickness and so on, they're in desperate situation. They themselves turn away from me. So if Islam is the true religion, then why no Muslim come and help me? So you can see what is his problem. What is his problem? Yeah, he's thinking emotional. Okay. So he's putting the truth. His way. To evaluate which is the true or false is by putting the emotional. He putting emotional in front. Okay. So during that moment when he said like that, when the moment he said that there's no Muslim have come and helped me, what I do is I didn't say anything. I just look at him and then I say to him, I just point to him. I said, brother, how about this? I point to his friend. I don't point at me, I point at his friend. How about this? Is he a non-Muslim? How about me? Am I a non-Muslim? And immediately he mellowed down. He kept quiet. He started to realize that, okay, he's being emotional. And then after a few seconds, he said that, okay, I give you chance. He's referring to us. I give you chance. If you can solve my problem today, then I will remain as a Muslim. But if you don't solve my problem today, you see, he took out his phone. During that moment, there's almost at least 19 missed calls. It's coming from the same number, and it's referring to the group that say that they want to help him all out. He said that, you see this? If you cannot help me, I can just press one button and I say to them, I agree, they can just fully help me. So I give you a chance to solve my problem today. And brothers and sisters, during that I would say that during that year, even today, our organization, we are not a big organization. We are only one centered. We only have one center that is in Wangsa Maju. We are not big organization. We don't have any safe house and so on. So it's a big, I would say that, troublesome for me to say that, okay, we really can help him. Because why? The things that he requires is not just about money, but he wants for him to recover from his sickness, because he have I would say that, minor coma. He's minor paralyzed. Okay, half of his body he cannot really move properly. So he said that he want to make sure that he recover from that, and then he can, so that he can go back to work, and then he can get his life back. So during that moment, what happened is I just said to him that, okay, wait a moment, because Qadawah during that time I'm supposed to go to Shah Alam, because we have a gathering with the Islamic authority, and that gathering, it's a workshop, 3 days, 2 nights. It's a workshop where there's a lot of NGO that is under the Islamic authority, Selangor Islamic Authority. Okay, they will gather there and then they will go for the workshop. So Qadawah, there's a workshop during that time. So I said to that guy, I said to him that, okay, wait a minute, I want to call the Islamic authority, because I believe they have an NGO, there's an organization that can help you, okay, to solve your problem today. So I called them, and then I explained the situation, and then they say that the Islamic authority said that, okay, Brother Azim, you just take the guy with you, just bring him to the workshop, And during the end of the workshop, we will introduce him to the few of NGOs that we know that they can help. Can help him. And then maybe from there, his problem can be solved. So I bring him. Okay, Alhamdulillah, I bring him. So when I bring him, during that, throughout the 3 days, there's one night that he said to me that, Brother Azim, I was so disappointed. I'm not disappointed at you, but I'm disappointed at myself. Because why? Because I say that I want to renounce Islam, when in fact that this is my first time enter to this hotel that is so luxury, and I was being treated so well by the people that when they know that I'm coming, they treat me so well. So then from there I realized that Islam is the truth. I realized that I'm being selfish about myself, I'm being emotional, so that's why I'm disappointed at myself. So Brother Azim, how do I make tawbah? So we have a discussion, and Alhamdulillah, he do his tawbah, and then the next, I would say the last day, Alhamdulillah, there's a few NGOs take him, okay, offer him to stay with them, to assist him until he was fully covered. And Alhamdulillah, he stayed there for almost like 2 years, and Alhamdulillah, he fully covered. He managed to get his life back, and then he got married, a new marriage, and then he have a stable work and so on. Alhamdulillah. But what I want to share, why I would like to share you guys with this, about this story is, one thing that bothered me is, after he's fully recovered, he asked me a question that up until now it really bother me, okay? Where he said that, Brother Azim, you remember when I said to you that when I was at the couple house, where I saw there's a few group of people, they are discussing with, there are few people. And you know that they are discussing with other Muslim. And I believe they also have a similar situation happen to like me, where they require any financial support, they require any support, but they do not, in which they do not receive from the Muslim community. So Brother Azim, Alhamdulillah, Allah have saved me. How about the rest? How about those group of people that they are in that situation, that I don't know, either they managed to meet with you guys, they managed to meet with other Muslims that managed to assist them or not, but it's something that I have no knowledge. So what about them? Alhamdulillah, Allah have saved me. How about them? So it really bothered me to know that. This is why I said that to you guys, visiting, this is, when that thing happened, I start to realize that, there's a hikmah why the Prophet said that we need to visit those people who are in sick. Regardless, either they are Muslim or, even they are Muslim. Because during that moment, our iman is where we are in the situation that we are in the low, I would say that in the lowest situation. Okay, our iman is in the moment that it can just easily be changed, because we are very vulnerable during that time. Okay, so it's important for us to even you are in this university. That doesn't mean that you guys do not require to visit your friends. And if let's say you have non-Muslim friends also, okay, you guys can also go and meet with them. And if let's say you meet with non-Muslim friends when they are sick, so what you guys can do is, you can just go to them and then offer to them that, can I make a dua to you? Just make dua that Allah will cure you. So imagine if let's say you make a dua to them and they really cure from their sickness. Maybe from there it can trigger their mind. to think about, okay, what is happening during that moment. Because there's a lot of event where we experience, there are many non-Muslim who are in the, in the situation where they are being hospitalized, and then there's a Muslim come and visit them. When the Muslim come and visit them, they just go there and then just make a prayer, and then from there it trigger them to think about Islam, and they start to ask question to the rest. To the other Muslim that they can ask when they are in the hospital. And alhamdulillah, there's a lot of situation where after they have been learn Islam inside the hospital, there are few occasions that most of them they become Muslim. There's one situation that there's a one. I'm not sure in English how do you call it, but in Malay it is called as mak rempit. How in English? Bikers. Haram bikers. Street bikers, you know, the street bikers who race, who do haram race. Okay? Alright. So what happened is, there's one guy, he's an Indian. He's racing with his friends, with his Indian friends. And then there's one moment he want to cut a lorry, but what happened is he didn't manage to, to pass the lorry. And then he was, there's an accident happened. He was taken, he fall down from his bicycle. And then during that moment, he thought that he's already going to die, because he passed out during that moment. And then when he opened up his eyes, he saw that he's in the hospital. And then he asked the nurse, okay, how can I'm ended in this hospital? And the nurse said that, your friend there help you. And then when he saw, he tried to see, is it his friend? He said that to the nurse, no, he's not my friend. It is a Malay, a Muslim, okay, it's a Malay, but that Malay is actually also, racing, do haram racing, okay? So meaning they are one gang, but they do not know each other, okay? So that Muslim guy, he saved him, okay, put him at the hospital. Even we saw that, okay, even though we know that those group of people, the public always look down to this group of people, right? They thought that, okay, this is a community that they just a useless community. They do not benefit to the community. They just bring harm to the community. Yes, they are part of where we can agree that they bring harm to the community, because throughout their activities, it really can bring harm to the community. But despite they do those kind of things, the Malay, I would say mak rempit, save him. And he's not just save him, but what he do is, every night he will stay there, he will wake up for tahajjud, he make prayer and ask Allah to cure this guy, to cure a non-Muslim, okay, who also mak rempit, okay, who do haram racing, okay. He just wake up, every night he will wake up, he made prayer, ask Allah to cure him. And almost every night, the guy saw what been done by this Malay, by this Muslim racer. One night, he started to ask question to this Malay. He said to him that, why do I'm just feeling a bit curious. Usually people would do exercise during the morning time. But why you wake up early morning, 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, and then you do exercise? Are you crazy? Because he thought that the thing is, the prayer is, he thought that it is a act of exercise. It's like a yoga, right? That's why people say that, prayer is like a yoga, it's like an exercise. So he thought that, okay, he's doing an exercise. So he said, no, I'm not doing exercise, I'm just praying to God. So he said, you praying to who? I don't see any God, and then from there he start to share about who is God, who is Allah. Just a little knowledge about what he knows about Allah. And he just said that, he's just doing prayer, and after he do prayer, he will pray to Allah, asking for Allah to, to cure him. And because of the statement and the act, the small act that been done by the Muslim, that he didn't know, out of nowhere, he just come and save him, and then do this kind of prayers, okay, willingly to get up during the midnight, and then to make that kind of prayer to him. He start to spark an interest to learn more about Islam. And from there, he start to learn more about Islam, and then Alhamdulillah, he end up become a Muslim. He quit from become a haram racer, okay, and what he do is after that he go and join for doing da'wah. So it's all start with where? Not haram race. It start when we can say that yes, it is started when in the hospital. There's a Muslim, go and visit him, take care of him. Even though they are not blood related, they are not friends, but because of that act of go and visit the person, when the person is doing in sickness, it really sparked his inner self to look through why this guy willingly to go and meet with him, even though they do not know each other. So this thing is something that we can do also a part of. We can say that a part of doing da'wah bil mal. Okay, it's not just we fork out money, but what we can do is just a simple visit our friends, regardless either they are Muslim or non-Muslim. For the Muslim, we just need to remind them about it is attached to them, because a reminder really needed for a Muslim when they are in a state of sickness, because we don't know what will the shaitan will whisper to them. Okay. So for the non-Muslim, we can use the opportunity for us to do da'wah to them. Alright? Okay, this is like distributing food to the homeless. Okay. I believe over here you guys also do distributing foods to the homeless. No. Alright. Huh? Okay. Okay, alright. So you distributing food during the Ramadan. Okay, alhamdulillah, mashallah. There's something that is very good. Okay, and not just part of that. Just now you guys also mentioned that maybe during the Ramadan, you guys can also open for the mosque. Okay, for them. Okay, it's a good opportunity for them. Alright. I'm not going to tell you more about this one. Okay. Okay, I would just like to share a motivation that, because throughout these days, there are some of you guys ask me what made me, I would say that what motivate me to continue to involve with da'wah. This is just a small experience that we had, okay, from the support that people have support us, okay, and I would like to share to you guys, and in hope that it can be a motivation to you guys, okay. So we also do global da'wah. We go to other country, and most of the country that we go is a third world country. We don't go to the first class country. Like for example, for the European, in Europe we don't go to Europe country, okay, because they are so-called modern country. Well, we go to, like for example, the South Africa, okay, African country, to the third world country, because there's a place where we found out that Islam is very, is widely spread, especially in Africa. Okay, so during 2016 we went to Uganda. Okay, almost like every year we travel. So I would just like to share to you guys about why do we choose Uganda is because it is something that is we learn more from this trip compared to the rest of the trip. Okay, it is something that we need to reflect about what we have done in this, in Malaysia, or maybe from at your place. Okay. So Africa, Uganda. So you see the people over there, okay, they don't have a proper house. They just have a house made by clay, okay. And this is their prayer, okay. Alhamdulillah, over here, I can see that you guys emphasize on pray 5 times a day, okay, in Jum'ah, in Jum'ah, okay, in congregation. Over there also they do that, okay. So you can see every day, every 5 times prayer, the mosque is fully occupied. Okay, it is not a Friday prayer, but it's 5-time prayer. Okay, I would say just a quick brief about Uganda. Uganda is a majority Christian country, where Muslim is only around 12% population. And not just that, they are the minority, but over there they have, every day, almost every day, they need to face with the Christian missionary, okay, to where the Christian missionary, they will propagate about their belief, and they will always have a debate. And beside that, they have in Africa the Christian community. They have what they call as one of the religious radio, okay. They have a radio channel, okay, and the radio station operate 24/7. When in fact in Uganda, every day, almost like 1 to 2 hours, the government will cut the electricity, meaning that the citizen, their citizen, they will experience 1 to 2 hours without any electricity. But this radio station, they manage to operate 24/7. So what they do is, they plant a solar panel, okay. One of the reason why I would like to share to you guys is, when we go there, we learn that, one thing that we realize is, we Muslim, when we are in a majority country, we do not manage properly our wealth. Okay, I would say that the money that we being collected, the donation, we didn't properly manage it, and then to be distributed to those people who are really in needed. But over there, we can see that how they are a poor country, but they managed to produce this kind of I would say that solution. It's a long-term solution, okay, that it can solve many problems. Alright, so they really made, from there we get to learn that how to manage the money, okay, properly, okay. This is one guy, I forgot the name, but he's been staying in Uganda for more than 20 years. He's a father, he didn't marry, he's from Italy, he go out from his country and he stay in Uganda just for the sake of, he want to preach the gospel. Okay, he stayed there for more than 20 years. Okay, and when we go to other country, usually we will do like this workshop. Okay, so when we meet with the Muslim community over there, they have a revert center for the men, but they do not have a revert center for the ladies. Okay, but in fact, that in Uganda, majority of the revert that become Muslim is among of the women, not on the men. No, there's no video. Okay. Okay. This is 40 people, da'is. They are come all across Africa. Some of them come from Sudan, some of them come from Kenya, some of them come from Tanzania, some of them came from even Uganda itself. Okay, they come from all part of Africa. And one thing that that really motivates us about this guy is about them they willingly to not, they willingly not to take, they willingly to take a long holiday from their work, 3 months without salary, just for the sake of coming for our workshop. Our workshop is just around 1 week plus, but they took 3 months without salary just to come for our workshop. Okay? And you know that one thing about them, if let's say a question be asked to you, if a wealthy da'i, the wealthy da'i have a transportation. What kind of transportation will a wealthy, the wealthiest da'i will have? Will ride on? Huh? Sorry? A plane, okay, a plane. If let's say it's a vehicle, what is the most wealthy of da'i will drive on? Mercedes. Huh? Bulletproof. What kind of bulletproof? Hummer? Tank. It can be Mercedes, it can be Lamborghini and so on, right? But you know, in Africa, the most wealthiest da'i, okay. He's riding what? He's just riding a BMX bicycle. And you know, in Uganda, it is a country where it is seldomly have rain. It only rains like twice a year. And Kodawa, when we are doing that day, it was heavily rain. And we asked our driver, because we took a van, we asked our driver to park us near to the workshop, because we don't want to get into the rain. Okay, we don't want to soak our clothes. And then not just after we arrived there, this guy just arrived. He just arrived. And when we asked him, because he was heavily wet, and you can see that at the back of his coat is, there's a mud there. So when we asked him, how far is your house from here? So he said that it's very near. And we asked him again, how far? He said, no, very near, brother. How far? He said, very near. Okay, how many minutes? No, it's very near. Try to guess how many minutes. Huh? Not 1 hour? Sorry, 5 hours. It's not 5 hours, but it's, you are really close. It's 4 hours. Sorry, not 4 hours. Sorry, he's riding a bike. He said that it's 2 hours. Sorry, 2 hours. So he said, he come during the morning 2 hours, and then he went back to his house after the evening 2 hours. And he do it every day. Every day. And this is one thing that I would like to ask you guys. During that morning, it is heavily rain. He was heavily soaked. His clothes is already dirty. Does he have a reason to not to come to the workshop? He have enough reason, right? But what he do is, he still come. Because why? It's knowledge. That is the spirit of someone who want to learn about knowledge. He showed to us that this is supposedly how a Muslim should do. A Muslim, someone who want to teach knowledge, and they know that it is something that will benefit them, they were willingly to come. This is a da'i who someone who are very wealthy. How about the da'i who are not wealthy? Who are a local da'i? Okay, because the da'i that coming from other country, they stay at the river center. But how about the local da'i? What they do is, they just walk. They walk 4 hours. They walk 4 hours from one place to another place. And you know, our program start at 8 o'clock. And I mean, the one that only came late is the da'i just now. The rest of the da'i, they already arrived. So imagine if let's say the program start at 8 o'clock. So how, I mean, at what time does the da'i, the rest of the da'i that walk from their house, it took 4 hours. What time do you think that they do go out from their house? Huh? 4 a.m. After Isha? Yeah, maybe, yeah. Because they don't have a proper road. They don't have a street light. They don't have street light. They only have the moonlight. But they walk from one place to another place for 4 hours, my brothers and sisters. And they are willingly to come. And they come on time. They are not coming on after the program, no. They come on time. And I can say that, I believe that if let's say they come with a sincere heart, I believe that they will enter paradise more faster compared to us. Because why? We have so many benefit here, but what we do is we take for granted. Most of us, we take for granted. This is the things that we learn from them. Whenever we feel that, me myself, whenever I feel that I want to give up in da'wah, I will always remember them. For them to come for 4 hours, they don't have excuse to not to come. But then what is my excuse to say that whenever I've been have problem with someone who do reject my message, and then suddenly I will just want to give up. But they never show that they want to give up. So this is one of the things that I would like to share to you guys, that what motivates us, and we hope that it can also motivate you guys. Okay? So over there we do dialogue, we don't do debates, although they say that they want to do debate, but we change it not to have a debate. Okay? There's a reason why we call him as an extreme pastor, but since there's no, we cannot, we cannot play the video because supposedly there's a video. I'm not sure it can run or not. No. Okay. Supposedly, the video itself. This is a video. Okay. You see, which one is the Muslim? Huh? The left. No, actually, both are Christians. Because they saw that we wearing a coat like a Western, so they wear like an Arab. So they come out, they say that, I'm more Muslim than the Muslim from Malaysia. Because you guys wear coats. I wear like a Muslim. So when we go up from the stage, we say that to him, there's more people who wear like you, like an Arab, they go to hellfire. So that doesn't mean that just because you wear like an Arab, meaning that you are more Muslim. So we give that kind of message to this pastor. So you see, there's thousands of people from among the Muslim and the non-Muslim, the Christian. Because there's no video, we cannot play, so I just show it to you. And alhamdulillah, throughout our 1 week plus over there, alhamdulillah, there's 82 people embrace Islam. Just for one event, that event itself. Okay. And after 2 weeks, after we went back from Malaysia, this pastor, he said, his job during that time, he's supposed to translate to his language. Because Uganda, even though they have their own language, but because they are being colonized by the British, okay, they have a very good in English. So, this pastor, he translate English to his language, because there are few, I would say the old folks people, they cannot understand English. 2 weeks after we went back from Malaysia, he embraced Islam. And when he was, during his time when he was a pastor, he have convert many Muslim to become Christian. And now when he become Muslim, what he do is, he go and meet with those people who have been Christian, that he Christian them. Now he go and meet with them to invite them to become Muslim back. So, this is the things that I would like to just to share you guys, that hope that it can be a motivation to us. Okay. Don't just stop from we say that dakwah. Don't just because of people do not like us, or we say that disagree with we say that our sharing to them. Okay, that make us stop from doing dakwah. Okay, hope that this can be a motivation for all of us. Okay, for us to continue to do dakwah, regardless whatever type of dakwah that you guys can do. It can be kalam or lisan and so on. Okay, but make sure that you do what is best for you. You yourself know what is your expertise. So focus more on your expertise compared to doing things that you are not expert with. If let's say you are already done the things that you are expert, then you want to explore a new skill, then go on that part. Okay. So I think that's all for me for the Dawah Bil Mal. Okay. So we will take a break. I will pass to our moderator so that Brother Adam can proceed for the next session. Jazakallah khair.
Barakallah feek, Brother Muhammad, for telling us about Da'wah bil Mal. I think what I came away with that is the level of dedication that a lot of these people have in countries where people are less fortunate, and I think we can learn a lot from these people. May Allah give us the same level of dedication and persistence that some of these people have towards our religion, towards our deen. With that being said, we'll take a 5-minute short break. I wouldn't suggest anybody leave the room. Stay in your place while we set up, or we just switch speakers. We're gonna have Brother Adam speak for the last segment, so please be seated while we change speakers. Jazakumullah khairan. Okay, everybody, we will start now, inshallah. Settle down. I'd like to invite Brother Adam to stage, where he'll be speaking about Da'wah bil media, which will be the last type of Da'wah and the last segment, of course, before we move on to Q&A. So, Brother Adam, please come on stage.
Ya, Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, first of all, welcome all of you again. And this is our last session before we end our 2-day program. So the last topic I will be sharing about is about Da'wah bil media. So Dawah through media. So, but before I start, I have a short video around 90 seconds. I would like to show all of you.
Okay,
If he's the creator, that means he knows everything. So knowing. I know you're going to put this. I know the mistake. So what's your answer? After that, right? If you say that, is he lying when he said don't know? That's not lying. Then he's telling the truth. Because it doesn't mean he don't know. They have a discussion with the father. The father obviously is the final decision maker. So the father is different. That's right. So he discuss.
Then how will he discuss?
Jesus himself said, he tells you who is the true God. The only true God. You know, Jesus mentioned that. It's a simple question. God cannot demand question. God telling me man eats food. It's a very simple verse. Eat food. What does that mean? After you eat, what do you do? You eat, you go to the toilet. Does God do that? What's God say? Who's God?
No, God is a God.
You say
Jesus, did Jesus go to toilet?
what's wrong with that?
Then go into the toilet?
Degrading God, you understand?
You mean go to the toilet?
God is love. You need to understand.
So he don't go to the toilet. He don't go to the toilet.
That's the God.
Did he go to the toilet?
God is love. The answer is God. God is a God. Does he know the time? Hour? No. Does he eat food? Yes, he eat food. Does he go to the toilet? All these things have to be logical understanding. God even said he is not a man, that he should die. It's written in your Bible.
Okay, so this is about, when we talk about Dawah bil media, you can do a lot of things about Dawah in media. That's why we put it at the last, because when we talk about media, today is a science and technology. You can do a lot of things. Even now, when we talk about Dawah bil media, what I talk about today, in the next few years, there might be changes. There might be a new thing coming out. Like for example, nowadays, today we have a lot of different social media. But 10 years ago, our online media, maybe Facebook is the most famous one. But nowadays, we have a lot of things. We have TikTok, we have Instagram. For Messenger, we have our WhatsApp, we have Telegram. So when we talk about media, you can do a lot of things. So there's just one of the example. When we are doing street dawah, yes, we are doing dawah bil lisan. We talk to people, dawah bil lisan. But at the same time, you can implement dawah bil media. That's how we try to record some video, and then from the video, we find the part that we can make it as a content, or maybe there are some point where we can show it to the public. Like for example, we are talking to a Christian, and this Christian is a funny guy because I saw him 2 to 3 times during our street hour. He like to come around, and then he like to do DIW lah basically. But we try to make some video about some of the point or argument given by him, but it is illogical. So we try to show to the public, because when we do dawah, when we do one-to-one dawah, we are conveying message only to one person. But when we make it as a media, we are spreading the message. The same message, we duplicate it. When you put it online, then it will be thousands of people who are watching it. So that is how the powerful media is. And when we talk about media, have you heard about this word? Weapon of mass destruction. When is this first word being used?
World War.
Yes? Yes, during the time of World War. So this, not World War, sorry, when George Bush, he want to invade Iraq. So he used this excuse. He said that Iraq has the weapon of mass destruction at that time. So he used this excuse to invade Iraq. He used this excuse to attack the country of Iraq. But at the end of the day, what happened is even the CIA themselves, they claim that there's no such thing as WMD in Iraq itself. So it is all a lies. So when we talk about media today, WMD, so media is a weapon of mass deception. If you do not use it correctly, or if when you go into media, we have to be careful because it is a weapon of deception. Why we say mass? Because media can be used to reach out. We say mass media. Why? Because it is being used to reach out a lot of people. And there's one of the Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda leaders of Nazis. He said that if you repeat a lie again and again, then people might believe it as a truth. That's how media works. That's how at that time in Germany, how the Nazis that used this propaganda to kill the people, to kill the Jews. So all of it involves, when we talk about propaganda, yes, it involves media again. So media is a really powerful weapon, and nowadays, the Western country, they are using media to attack Islam. They are using media to bring some negative perception or negative impression about Islam toward the non-Muslim. So they are all using media. That's why, as a Muslim, one of the way when we talk about we want to do dawah, we need to have flexibility. That's why we are using the media as well. But we are using media to defend Islam. We are using media to spread the message of Islam. And this is one of the books written by one Maksa. This Maksa is a coalition of different NGOs in Malaysia where we are fighting about the human rights. And also one of the issues we bring about is Islamophobia issues. And we collaborate with them. And in this report, this is what one of the, in the preface. So this is the sentence used. The Western media today are using the media, okay? They represent Muslim as Orientalists or radicals. And normally what they use to label Islam is about the jihad, waging a war. So this is how, and this is another one, a link between media consumption and anti-Muslim prejudice. Why? Because nowadays, when we talk about anti-Muslim issue or any sentiment about Islam, anti-Islam, so all of it coming from the media. That's why today we are talking about dawah with media, because media is a weapon that we as a Muslim, we can utilize it. If we utilize it correctly, then it becomes a real weapon for us. Because at the time of Prophet Muhammad, they are having war. They are using sword to fight to the non-Muslim. But today we are fighting as well, but we are fighting using the media. We use the media as our weapon, as our platform in order to do our dawah. So there are some of the findings talking about media and also anti-Islam sentiment. You can see here the negative attitude toward Muslim result by the bias and inaccurate representation of Islam. Like for example, in the Western world, there's a lot of news when talking about terrorism, when talking about fighting, talking about war. So this is how media playing with picture. They put a picture of Muslim. So normally, this is what we call as stereotyping. When people seeing the title about war, about fighting each other, or aggressiveness, they put a Muslim picture. So for a long time, so people will tend to have a stereotype that Islam is talking about aggressiveness. There's a lot. And imagine, every day, if we come out in the Western, we talk about Western, every day they come out with all this type of news. Every day they are reading all this type of headline, especially headline. So it is making some stereotyping, prejudice toward Islam. So that's why it is also one of the challenges for we as a Muslim when we want to do dawah, but because at the same time there are people who try to quote Islam as a bad religion, who try to say that Islam is talking about bad things. A lot of accusation toward Prophet Muhammad, toward Islam. So all of this have become one of the challenges. That's why nowadays we are not talking about Islamophobia. I am sure all of you heard about Islamophobia, but another term, Islamodium. Have you heard about it? No. Okay, we know Islamophobia means phobia. They are afraid of Islam. So that is what happened before. But nowadays we are talking about Islamodium. Modium, this word meaning hatred. Hatred. So when we talk about Islamodium, meaning people are no longer afraid of Islam, but now another level. We call it as Islamodium, hatred toward Islam. Just imagine if we say we have phobia of, let's say, rat or cockroach. If I'm afraid of a cockroach, when I see the cockroach, I will run away. That's phobia. But when we say about modium, it is like not only afraid, but when you have hatred, what you will do? You will have some aggressiveness. That's why today, before this, when phobia is just that, they don't want to talk about Islam, they don't want to go near to the Muslim. But when we talk about Islamodium, that's why recently, this few years, we heard about burning the Quran in the Sweden. We heard about the demolishing of the masjid. So not only the phobia, but nowadays are some action being done to wipe out the Muslim, especially, for example, in the Western or in China itself. There, in the region of Xinjiang, the tribe of Uyghur, the born Muslim of China. So some of the things have been done by the anti-Muslim group in order to kill the Muslim or in order to make Islam to be weakened. So that is why we talk about Islamodium. There are some of the news talking about Islamodium, or we can see about the hate crime toward the Muslim. 375% when we talk about Islamophobic incident. All of these news later, when you get a slide, you can read. And when we talk about Islamophobia, normally, when we understand Islamophobia, what we understand is that the non-Muslim, they are afraid of Islam. They don't want to become Muslim because they see Islam as a bad religion. But the Islamophobia is not only influencing the non-Muslim. Even in some Muslim, especially younger generation, they are also affected by the wave of Islamophobia. Why? Imagine just now there's a lot of news about the bad of Islam. And then, as a Muslim, a young generation, when they always see about Islam is bad, they themselves, even they are Muslim, but they are afraid of Islam. So when they grow up, they don't want to adapt the religion of Islam. They don't want to have the identity of a Muslim. That's why they are shy of Islam and they try to get out of the religion. Apostasy, or in Islamic term we call murtad. Get out of the Islam religion. And there's one of the saying of Umar al-Khattab, one of the companion of Prophet. He said, I afraid one day the disbeliever will be proud of their disbelief, and the Muslim, they will be shy of their faith. That is exactly what happened today. Why they are Muslim, young generation, they don't want to pray, they don't want to become Muslim, or why they are young generation who don't want to wear a hijab, because they don't want that identity. Like for example, talking about hijab, when they see hijab is like oppression, even the Muslim younger generation, why they don't want to do? Because they see it as, when I wear hijab, people are seeing them as strange, something strange. Why you are wearing a headscarf? So all these things added up. Not only the non-Muslim are afraid of Islam, but when we talk about the Muslim itself, our community, we are also facing a challenges of Islamophobia. That's why the awareness of Islamophobia is very important. We ourselves as a Muslim, we also need to give some awareness among our Muslims, especially the youngster. Because maybe for our generation, now maybe we don't see much yet about the effect of Islamophobia. But for the next generation, our son or maybe our grandson, so all these things, when they add up about media, about the negative of Islam, it will give an impact to the next generation. So they will be afraid of Islam. Like what the Ummah said, they will be shy about the identity of a Muslim. Or in Islam, what we say is the izzah, the proudness of becoming a Muslim. So they don't have that proudness, become a Muslim. Not being arrogant, but being proud, meaning that we as a Muslim, we are being honored by Allah. Allah said, in one of the hadiths, Prophet Muhammad said, Allah has honored Muslim with the religion of Islam. So it is one of the honor Allah gives us. But because of Islamophobia, some generation, they are getting away from the religion of Islam. Okay, I want to show you, when we talk about media, we talk locally. Just now we talk about Western media, talking bad about Islam. Now we see it local, in Malaysia. How the media try to mock about Islam. I believe you know this figure, Dr. Zakir Naik, and this is one of the news in 2016 in one of the news portal, Malaysia Kini. Have you read this Malaysia Kini? Okay, this is the highest view of media in Malaysia, online media. He has the higher view, Malaysia Kini. So, the first, these are the same article, but the headline are different. So the first headline in the beginning, okay, they also have the English language, but this one is in Malay portal, the Malay language portal of Malaysia Kini. So this title is about, at that time there is an attack in Dhaka. So this title, if I translate, is the terrorists in the attack of Dhaka follow this word, arahan, meaning the order. Follow the order of Zakir Naik. Okay, this is a meaning. What we understand is, literally what we understand is, Dr. Zakir Naik is ordering the terrorists to launch an attack. But after that, after 1 hour, this title is, the terrorists in the attack of Dhaka follow Zakir Naik. What are the difference? This one is order, arahan, order. This one, ikut mean follow. What mean by follow? Is there a difference between these two words? It brings different meaning. If I say order, meaning it's direct order. But if I say follow, it can be any follower. For example, if I follow you on Instagram, I am your follower. So it can be the terrorist is just a follower on YouTube. That's why the choice of word used by media, only one word, it can bring different meaning. That's why they change it, because it is a fake news at first, so they change it after 1 hour. Not only this, in Chinese media, in Mandarin media, this is one of my job scope. In Mandarin media, I translate it for you. So this on 2 July last year. So there's one news talking about, this is the title, not satisfied with polygamy, Muslim men in Klang Valley like to seduce people's wife. This is the original title. But after I translate this article and then I send it to, this actually they are interviewing one of the president of Muslim Lawyer Association Malaysia, the vice president. The vice president of this Malaysian Muslim Lawyer Association. So we send this article, the translation of this, to that vice president because he was interviewed. And then he said, along the interview, he never mentioned Muslim. He never mentioned Muslim. But what the media do, they put a word Muslim here. They try to bring some negative impression onto Muslim. That's why after 2 days, they changed the title, so the word Muslim is not there. So this is how media play along with Islam. That's why we are saying here, build media, meaning we need to monitor the media. We need to use the same media to defend. They are using media. Later on, I will share some of the example how we are using media to defend. So this is how we do exposure. We expose them. We translate it because at first it is in Mandarin. So imagine, this article can only be read by those who understand Mandarin. Majority Muslim in Malaysia, they only read Malay language. Majority. Not many can read Mandarin. So what happened is, the reader of this news, we call China Press. So this is the China Press, a local Malaysian Mandarin news. So most of the Chinese community in Malaysia, so China Press is one of the most highest viewer, okay, highest number of reader in Chinese community in Malaysia. So they are reading this title, talking about Muslim, polygamy, talking about seduce other wife. So they are getting some negative information about Islam, misconception about Islam. So if we do not do this, so there's more and more misconception about Islam will be spread among themselves. That's why this are, we can say that this is one of the way we are trying to correct them. And last year, when starting from the war between Hamas and what you call? I forget the name. IDF. Hamas and IDF. So, okay, we see the difference. This is the report by China Press before 19th of October. Because we know the attack start at 17th October. 17th October last year, the starting. So at that time, all label about Hamas as radical, militant. So if we check the dictionary, what is the meaning of militant? What is meant by militant? Aggressive organization, aggressiveness, militant. So we collect all this because these are from different dates, every day. 14, 15, 16, 17, and then there's other lah. I didn't put it here. 18, 19. So this one article, okay, just now I talked about how we fight with media. This is one of the local media, the Merdeka Times. So this media is founded by Brother Firdaus Wong himself, a media company, a portal, online portal. So I write an article on this. Local media label Hamas as terrorist, militant. And then we screenshot all the article in English, FMT, Free Malaysia Today. Militant, he used. And then Mandarin, yes, they are here. Mandarin, Hamas terrorist. Yes, this one. Hamas terrorist. So we combine all of this evidence, we put it on our portal, we expose them. According, like a news report, according to this media, they label Hamas as a radical group. They label Hamas as terrorists. So after this article come out, after 19th of October, I write the article around 20 October. 20 October. So after that, all the media, China Press, Sinchu Daily, the other one. Sinchu Daily is another Mandarin, the second high lah, the highest. Sinchu Daily is the highest, and then China Press is the second highest among Mandarin media. So what they do, they change all the label only to Hamas. There's no more the word of radical or militant. So that is how, imagine if this, we do not do this, then all of these words, radical, will be implanted into the non-Muslim mind, including the English media, like FMT, Free Malaysia Today, is one of the, like Malaysia Kini just now, is also one of the popular media in Malaysia. So this is what we call as media bias. They use picture, they use the wording, or sometimes the combination between the word and the picture. They try to bring some negative impression about Islam or about Muslim. So, a question. When we see so many news about terrorism, about Muslim, about Islam, so according to statistics of terrorist attack committed by Muslim in Europe, so how many percent do you think is coming from the Muslim? According to the news that we saw just now, how many percent? In the Europe? Yes, 12. Yes? 10-15%, okay? Others? 5. So the answer is less than 1. So that is how media, because meaning, let's say there is 100 incident of terrorism. but they're only focusing when the media, when they put something on headline, that thing will become very popular. Everyone will discuss about it. So every time when there's something about Muslim, something about Islam, so they try to put it on headline. So people will pay more attention onto the headline. So it creates a false perception that there's a lot of things or a lot of terrorism committed by Muslim. But if we correctly calculate it through statistically, it's less than 1%. So what you see just now, all the news is only 0.7%. There's others more. 99% is not by Muslim. So that is how the game of media. In the world of media, so anyone of you here is interested in media, social media or strategy, planning? Yes. Yes, this is how media. Through the title or through the picture, so you can play around with media. But that's why, as a Muslim, we play it Islamically. We use it according to how Islam teaches. We do not mock anyone, but we bring the truth. Okay, this is, just now I said, Malaysia kini the highest media in Malaysia. So if you see, number 6 is Free Malaysia Today FMT. Okay, China Press and Sinchu, number 9 and 10, 8 and 9. So all these portals are among the highest viewer. And this portal with the highest viewer are the one who are mocking Islam. That's why even in Malaysia, we said majority, 70% are Muslim. 60 something, 65 something are Muslim. But Islamophobia event occur in Malaysia itself because of the media. Okay, I give you an example. This is from, okay, I will translate. Okay, basically this is in 2000, okay, last year, 2023, 1st January. So remember just now in the morning, I show you a lottery shop. Yes, this, starting last year, some of the state, they tried to make the lottery shop illegal from law, illegally in law. Because at first, according to Malaysia law, the state law, some of the country, some of the state, they can have this as long as they have the license. They can apply for the license. But starting last year, Kedah and police, they start to ban all of the lottery shop. They close, meaning there's no longer license for the lottery shop. So when this happened, people try to mock Islam. Although this is related to state law, but they try to say about Islamization. They say, we Muslim, we try to influence the non-Muslim. We try to impose Islamic value of no gambling onto the non-Muslim. So these are some of the, in Mandarin news. Okay, I just pick few. For example, the second one. This person say that, until I die, I will not go to Kedah, Kelantan, Terengganu. Because in Malaysia, these 3 states are considered majority Muslim. Kedah, Kelantan, and Terengganu. And then these are some of the words they usually use. Taliban. They are saying that Malaysia are like Taliban, imposing some Islamic law onto the non-Muslim or strict law. They try to make fun with it. They make this label onto the Muslim in Malaysia, Taliban. Okay, this one Sami is monk. So he said, then everyone should become monk. Become monks, they cannot have gambling. See again, the word Taliban. Okay, so that's why when we see so many anti-Islam movement, so as a Muslim, we have also different media that we can use it to do dawah. Basically, there are 4. The first one is print media, the most simple one. Like for example, and this topic has been discussed in the morning in Dawah Bil Kalam through word, pamphlets or books. So, like for example, you have the kiosk, the Islamic information kiosk. So that one, yes, is considered as print media. Although we say today we are going digital, we have e-book, we have PDF, we have online media, but still the print media can be one of the way for us. Because when we see print media, although it has been hundreds of years, or we can say thousands of years, from the time of Prophet Muhammad, they are using print media. They write letters to spread Islam. but still nowadays we have the newspaper. Although we have online newspaper today, but the physical newspaper still exists. Why? Because print media is something that is evergreen. It's evergreen. There will be people who like to read the physical pamphlet or the physical paper. That's why print media still survive until now. So it can be one of the way you use. You can design some pamphlet for those who are very creative. He can use some apps or software to do some design. So you can use print media. That is considered print media. You can print out or distribute around. And then the second one is about audio media. So audio is like, for example, radio. Like just now in the Africa, the Christian, what they use radio. They use radio to propagate. Similar, nowadays in Malaysia there are some radio station is considered Islamic. They bring the message about Islam. And I've had experience where I have one student, a non-Muslim, so he said he want to become Muslim, and then I asked her where she get the information about Islam. Then he said one of it is from the radio. He hear in the radio something about the explanation of Quran, the interpretation, the meaning, the translation of the Quran. So radio can be one of the way. Of course, the CD nowadays, we consider it as more backward. So because today we are using USB. And then the third one is video. And this video media is very powerful. Okay, print media audio is good, but a more powerful tools will be the video media. That's why just now, I show you one of the video when we are doing street dawah, we record it and then we upload it. Because video, nowadays, people like to look into the video. Or we talk about a lot of social media nowadays. Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. All of it, there's tons of video in it. So video is a very powerful tool. And when we talk about internet, okay, there's a, okay, internet, before I go into internet, social messenger, like WhatsApp. So these are more simple. WhatsApp, Telegram, it's just like you can share about some Islamic videos, or you can share articles to the non-Muslim, okay, through WhatsApp, through Telegram, or Telegram channel. So you can share it. I'll combine the social and the internet media. So internet media is very huge. We have Facebook, YouTube. Okay, there are some LinkedIn. Okay, the social messengers just now and the internet media, maybe some of us will think that I don't know how to write, or I don't know what to write. I don't know what to spread about Islam. So very simple. There is one of the very simple ways to do dawah on the online media, the internet, or the social messenger. It's very easy, just copy and paste. What to copy? Okay, we just take an example of the Quran. Quran, we have 6,236 verses. Okay, let's say, if one day you copy one verse of the Quran together with the interpretation or the translation, and then you share it with, okay, using your calculator, 6,236 divided by 365 days. How many years you got? 6,236, 6,236 verse. You got 17 years. Meaning, one day, using one Quranic verses, you can do dawah for 17 years. From now, 17 years. Or let's say, maybe some of us might think, so how about after 17 years, if I'm still alive, what to do? Yes, correct, hadith. We only take Sahih hadith. Sahih Bukhari, okay, in the books around 7,000, but we minus all the repetition, it's around 2,000. 2,000 Sahih hadith without repetition, and Sahih Muslim is around 3,000. So we take a rough number, is 5,000. Again, 5,000 divided 365. You got around 13 years, right? 5,000 divided 365. 13 years. Just now we got 17, and now 13. You got 30 years to just preaching using the Quranic verse and the hadith. 30 years. Inshallah, if you live longer, so you can take other Sahih hadith from Sunan Ibn Majah, Tirmidhi, Abu Dawud. There's tons of more than 10,000 of Sahih hadith without repetition. So for those who don't have idea, just copy and paste. That is the most simplest way we say, because the Prophet said, Balihuani walau ayah. Convey from me, even if one ayah. So we just copy and paste. That is how simple Islam is. Copy and paste. And as a Muslim, what we copy the life of Prophet Muhammad, we paste it into our life. Copy and paste. We copy the Sunnah. So in Islam, when we say you want to do dawah, from the morning when we talk about dawah bil hal, bil mal, bil kalam, all of these are very practical, and every one of us, we can do it. Like bil kalam, if you don't know how to write, you just give the pamphlet. Just give it. You don't know how to go to online, you don't know how to do video, don't know how to write, posting, just copy and paste from somewhere else. Sharing. So this is the most simplest way that everyone can do. Okay, I want to share one of the internet media. This is a website. I'm sure all of you heard about it. Jehovah's Witnesses, a Christian denomination. Have you heard it? Jehovah. One of the denomination, not Protestant, not Catholic. Another one. DIW. Okay. Without Google this website, okay, we know normally the website will have translation. Different language, you can switch language. Okay, this one is English language here. Okay, try to guess how many language this website they have. 20? Too few. 3 figure and above. 3 figure. 500 is only half. You can check later. You go to your Google, you type jw.org, and then you click on this, you will see the total number. jw.org. 1078 or 87. 1087. Yes, 1087 languages. So this is the website used by this Christian to do their missionary work. How they can have so many? Because even the Google have only 300 language, Google Translate. And Wikipedia also 300 something. But they have 1,000. Because they do not only have the local language, they also incorporate the dialect. Like for example, in Malaysia, Chinese, we have Hokkien, Cantonese, all the dialect they incorporate. And also they have the sign language. We know sign language have different. We have English sign language and then Spanish sign language. They have everything. Yes? Yes? Sign language? Yes, they have sign language. That's why the same thing, when you switch it, for example, if you have video here, when you switch the language, the video will be the same, but the sound will be different. The voiceover, they change the voiceover. That's how, this is one of the example, not good example, but we take the value. The lesson here is how they are using internet to do their dawah works by the missionary. So they use internet and then they have different language, they share the articles, videos. And this is one of the Islamic website that we are trying to build up. We just built up this year, askislamnow.com. It's developed by our organization. It's still developing because now there are less than 100 articles because we are trying to add up. So in this, what we are targeting is we try to make some article for the Muslim talking about the ruling. For example, the ruling or celebration of others' religions like Chinese New Year. So what is the ruling? What are the opinion of the scholar? Or for the non-Muslim, there are some article about how to become a Muslim. The basic Islamic belief in Allah, belief in the angels. And then there are also some article talking about answering the question, especially the accusation. Like there are some non-Muslim accused that, okay, why Islam are spread by sword? Okay, some common question, so we try to answer in the same website using the article. Like for all of you, like for example, if you have some blog, okay, if you are developing a blog, yes, you can write something. For those who know how to write, if you have good writing skill, then you can write. Or for those who have good designing skill, You just make a poster, post on your Facebook, your Instagram, spread it. For example, one of you, because yesterday we talked about Jama'ah. We do dawah in groups. So, in your groups, if one of you know how to design a poster, you make a poster talking about Islam or any Quranic verse, anything. Then after he done it, share to everyone, and then everyone share to their own social media. So it is how Dawah Build Media works. We share one another, so we help to spread. Even if we don't know how to do it, then we just share. Just click and share. So this is the most simplest way when we talk about Dawah Build Media. Like for example, Facebook. If all of you, you can build some Facebook pages or on your own profile, you can share. And nowadays, TikTok is, for me personally, we are try to explore in the TikTok because short video nowadays reach a lot of people. Because through my own experience last year I focused on Facebook only. But starting the end, around October, November last year, the reach of Facebook is very low. But after I switched to TikTok, I just started my TikTok last year around October. But when I start TikTok, it rise more highest than the Facebook because the video reach a lot of people. And just now the video that I shown you in the beginning is also one of the TikTok I upload on my TikTok. Because short video, more people like to watch it. So for those, like for example, like you are recording the program, you can make the program into short video and then you can share it. Because if you, yes, you can upload the whole video, but at the same time, for short video, you upload on other, for example, your TikTok. Because people can see, because normally people don't, some people they want fast. They don't want to watch the 1 hour video. So what they want, okay, they want the important point. So that's why you cut it into 3 minutes, for example, or 1 minute. Okay, just 1 point. So from there, okay, at least he can learn something just from the 1 minute videos. Or for example, YouTube. So this is also one of the YouTube that we are using. Okay, just like I talked about the news portal. Yes, this is a news portal, the Merdeka Times. Now it is in Malay language, but we are trying to explore in the future, inshallah, onto other language. Okay, last. Okay, out of so many medias, we say about video. Okay, print media, audio media, videos media, internet, including the social messenger. Which one do you think is the most effective? Yeah, social. Yes, social media, or include if it is internet. Why? Because the print media, for one pamphlet, you can reach one person. But for social media or internet or video that you upload, the same video can reach to thousands of people. That's why this is the strategy used by Dr. Zakir Naik. Why for his talk, he tried to record it. He recorded it using a good camera, sound system. Why? Because yes, he preaching to million, maybe in the audience, million of people. But with the same video, when he upload, he has a larger crowd online. It can go more than million. That's why we said video is very important. When you do any program, try your best to record video. Because from the video, the same material, after you edit it, when you spread online, it will be a forever video, as long as you do not delete. For example, today you make a video. For 1 minute video, maybe you use 1 hour, let's say. But for that 1 hour, when you put it online, so that 1 hour you use, you can preach to thousands of people. Because your video will be online forever, as long as you are not being banned. Like for example, there are some content might be banned. So as long as the video is not taken down, so this video will remain there. That's why the most effective one, and we say the time efficient, and also we can reach more audience. Maybe you only use 1 hour, but your reach will be forever. That's why we say it is very effective. And also nowadays, people they like video, they like to watch something. There are people, yes, they like to read writing, but people they love more about why people like to watch movie. Because the movie have picture, they have audio, they have the scene, different scene. That same goes to our video. So that's how we talk about Dawah Build Media. A lot of things. You can you can explore in the media, because we have so many media platforms nowadays. So different platform, you can explore, you can use the platform according to your expertise, because every platform are different. TikTok are for video only. Yes, there are some, you can upload picture, but most of the time, we watch video. For Facebook, you can have photo, you can have video, you can write something. And then for example, if you use Twitter, Twitter is for writing. So every one of you have different expertise, so you can use different media platform according to how good you are. If you are good in writing, go for Twitter, go for Facebook, or Instagram. Yes, you can write something on Instagram. If you are good in video editing, so you can have YouTube, you can have your TikTok or Instagram. So media is very wide, and then it can fit different crowd, because different media platform, they have different crowd. For example, youngster, they go for TikTok, but for more elderly, they like Facebook more. So different crowd and then different expertise, so we use it according to what is our best ability. So that's all for this slot of Dawah Bil Media. So I give it back to our MC. Wa akhiru dawana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Barakallah Fiqh, Brother Adam, for telling us about Da'wah bil Media. We've covered how many types of da'wah today, guys? 5 da'wah, you're right. Do you want to list them down maybe? Do you want to tell me what types of da'wahs we've discussed? Doesn't have to be da'wah, it can be, Deva, it can be anybody else that wants to shout their answer out. Feel free. Da'wah bil lisan, that's 1. Bil media, that's 1. That's 2 out of 5. Bil kalam, okay, that's 3. Da'wah bil mal, da'wah bil mal, and then what was the first one? The first one was, if anybody from the sister side wants to shout out the first one, that's also the first one that we did today. Da'wah bil what? Nope, it's wrong. It was Da'wah bil hal. Exactly, so yeah. So Da'wah bil hal, Da'wah bil mal, Da'wah bil kalam, Da'wah bil media, and then Da'wah bil lisan. So those were the 5 that we discussed today. We will be having a Q&A session before we wrap it up. So give us a couple minutes to sort that out, and then we'll do that, inshallah. on stage so that we can start taking questions. I'm going to have the Pigeonhole QR code on the screen now, and you can scan and send your questions through Pigeonhole. Yes, through Pigeonhole. Again, priority will be given to questions that are being asked in person, but yes, if you want to get a question answered for sure, then do ask in person. Brother. Okay, so we'll take our first question from Mas'ud.
Assalamu alaikum. So my first question is, how do you choose where you want to make da'wah? Because I saw you chose a certain city in Uganda to make da'wah over there. But what led you to that specific place? Because there's other places you could have gone to, or why specifically that place in Uganda when you're making da'wah?
Okay, Bismillah. One of the reasons, I would say that our main criteria of choosing a country for us to visit, we will look for country that their majority are non-Muslim. Okay, so yes, European, most of the country they are non-Muslim. But when we know, besides that, majority of them they are non-Muslim. We also look, the place where, if they say there's no, I would say that any NGOs or I would say any movement of Muslim go into the country. For example, in Uganda, during our time in 2016, I would say that there's a quite less movement of Islamic movement enter into Uganda. So they say that when we receive feedback from the people in Uganda, alhamdulillah, after we do program over there, just after the program, we can see that there's a lot of more Muslim community enter to the place. Because why? They start to saw that okay, there's nothing problem for a Muslim, movement Muslim to enter there and then to have a public preaching. That's why starting from there you can see that, for example, IERA, and then there's other more organization. They go there because they start to realize that okay, there's no problem. Because during our time in 2016, that is the first time we do an open preaching, and during that moment, the organizer themselves they are afraid to organize the event because they thought that they were going to create a war. But after the event, it turned out great because we have met with the leader of the Christian. We said that we are not there for debate but just for discussion. So we also get the feedback from the people over there before we go there that they are willingly to discuss about Islam, and they are not more into debates. They are they're open for discussion. So that is one of the also criteria for us to go. That make us to choose that country. Besides that, it is as a majority non-Muslim country. Okay, and as I mentioned during my sharing, we choose the third country because for first country we can see that they are more, I would say that more into the duniawi. They already attached with the dunya. Okay, their fitrah is already being corrupted. But if you go to the third country, the third country, you can still see that the fitrah is still there. Okay, the fitrah of believing in the one true God is still there. So it will make us easier for us to communicate with them compared to if you go to a first class country. So that's the one.
Barakallah feek. Any other questions? Oh yes, go ahead. Is the microphone switched on?
I think you mentioned this already, but what led to you reverting to Islam, and like, specifically what motivated you to become a Muslim, and what were the challenges that you faced in becoming a Muslim? Because for Islam, for our dawah boots, I think it will be useful for us to know about the challenges that non-Muslims might face, and also like what could possibly motivate them to become Muslim.
Okay, so there are two parts of the question from the sister. What motivated me to become Muslim, and then the second is about the challenges after becoming Muslim. Okay, so for the motivation of personally for me is that at first place, like I shared in the morning, that I have Muslim friends. So from the community of Muslim, I saw how a Muslim pray. So to sum up into a more general context is like there are no Muslims, they will be attracted with the way, or we call the akhlaq of a Muslim. How we Muslim practicing Islam. So this is one of the way where the Muslim, they will get interested with Islam. We show how as a Muslim, how we practice Islam. So this one. And through my experience, there are also others factors that will attract the non-Muslim. One of it is, the first one is the akhlaq. So the second one is how Islam lead us a practical life. For example, just now we talk about the funeral service. Yes, there are people who attract to Islam just because that they see how easy is Islam. For example, we talk about the guidance in Islam, starting from the birth of a human. So we have guideline. According to the Sunnah of Prophet, we have after when a person is like 1 month birth, so we have the akikah. And then when we grow up, how we give education to the young children. Like for example, the Prophet said, when a son or a children is 7 years old, we motivate them to do the prayer. When they are 10 years old, so they are wajib to do the salah. So everything there is a guidance in Islam. So this is the second thing. We show them that the non-Muslim will be interested when they see how beautiful Islam, when everything of our life as a human life, we have a guidance. Even after we die, how the fara'id system, the inheritance, how it's giving. So everything has been laid out in the Islam. And then the next thing, when we talk about how the non-Muslim attracted, so the other one would be the akhlaq, then the practical life of a Muslim. So the third one is the logical belief. Because when we discuss with non-Muslim, when we show them what are the concepts of God in Islam, so they will think it is more logical than other religion. When we say Islam, God is one, and then God cannot like a human being. God cannot be born, or He do not give birth to others God. So there will be non-Muslim who are logical thinking. He will think, yes, Islam gives us a logical reason. And there will be people who ask about, yes, there are some non-Muslim. He asked me about some question, for example, why there is an existence of hellfire. So when we explain from Islamic viewpoint, hellfire, Allah created hell in order to have a justice for human being. So through the explanation, they will see, yes, it is very logical. It's not, although we say it is a belief, although we cannot see any hellfire now. But because of the explanation, it is so logical, so there will be no Muslim who they think. That's why Allah said in the Quran, why don't you think? Afala takilun. Why don't you think? Because when we think about it, when we read Quran or when we share about Islam, when our prospect think about it, so those who really have a logical understanding, so they will accept that, yes, this is a logical belief for me. For the second part, when we talk about the challenges for a person to revert, one of it will be they are afraid of the rejection from family members. This is a common challenges. There are some people who they want to become Muslim, but they will think that, how about if I become Muslim, my family chase me out? So
if there are some this kind of issue, so as a Muslim we need to give them some solution. Like for example, there are few solutions we can give depending on the situation. One of it is we invite them to become Muslim first, but just keep it a secret. He do not need to tell his family members. Okay, maybe they will ask, how about my food, how about my prayer? Okay, all of it are secondary. The first important thing, remember, is we want to save them from the fire first. Because the shirk, we want them to have the shahada because we want to save them, at least in the sight of Allah, he is a Muslim. So from the part of applying, or if he cannot do prayer, at first we just say, never mind, do your best. If you cannot do prayer, no problem. Because according to his situation. Or maybe he will ask, how about my dietary, my food? So we just ask them if he keep it as a secret, so just try your best to avoid the haram food. But if you cannot avoid it, for now, just do as usual. Because the more important is the life of that revert. Because sometimes, when a revert becomes Muslim, they will face some challenges, some physical challenges from the family members, like aggressiveness. So, first thing, we make sure that he is safe first. So, even if there are some challenges when he go back to his house after he become Muslim, so for the daily routine life, just keep it as secret. So do as much as he can. We do not force them first, because at least he had the shahada. This is the most important thing in the first place. Okay, and other type of challenge is there will be people who, so there will be, okay. Okay, so the other challenges is also a common challenges. It's like they will be afraid. Okay, after I become Muslim, I don't know how to pray. I don't know. Like for example, he become Muslim. Next one is Ramadan. He will say, I don't know how to fast. So all of these things will be some of the concern that I don't know how to practice. How can I be a Muslim? So the first thing we make them realize, becoming a Muslim, the basic criteria is the Shahada. You bear witness, Allah is our God, and Prophet Muhammad is a prophet, then that is the basic criteria. If you don't know how to pray, if you don't know how to fast, then it's still okay because you are in the process of learning. So we don't make them feel that Islam is forcing them, okay, when you become Muslim today, then tomorrow you need to practice everything. No. We just tell them, okay, you take time to learn by yourself. Okay, we teach, of course we guide them how to pray, how to fast. But do as much as you can. Do to your ability. Because Allah will judge you based on your ability. So you do not need to force yourself. Because even if we say a born Muslim, when they grow up, they learn slowly. Not from the beginning of the kindergarten, we teach them how to fast. When they grow up, then only we teach them how to fast. Similar, when he becomes Muslim, he's like a young baby. We teach them step by step. We cannot force everything onto them. So that is one of the challenges. We cannot, we need to make them realize practicing is important, but you practice slowly. So that answers the question.
Barakallahu feek. Any questions from the audience? From the brothers and sisters? Okay, there's one from the sisters. Go ahead.
Hello and Assalamu alaikum. I have a question that's quite context specific to the local community in Malaysia. So what I find is like can be prevalent here is that some of the practicing Muslims, or shall I say like the religious teachers who are supposed to be the authority figures like ustaz and ustazas, when like say that a girl is not wearing hijab, they tend to condemn her rather than try to guide her in a more compassionate way, which in turn like drives such a person more away from the religion rather than pulling her towards it. So I'd like to ask, is this like also part of the responsibility of a da'wah organization such as yours to also guide the people who are community leaders in Islam to actually learn how to pull people in rather than push them away?
Okay, a very good question and very contextual in Malaysia. And recently, yes, I've experienced, recently I met with two. One is, okay, two are born Muslim. Okay, what are they concerned? Okay, I share with you the first one. A male second generation Muslim, meaning
his mother is a revert, so his father is Malay, so he's a son. So he came to our center, he said that he want to quit Islam, apostasy. So why he want to become apostasy? Like the sister said, when he was young, he do not go for Islamic education. Of course, one of the important thing is Islamic education start from home. Like for example, the parents is very important in teaching the young children. So that's one thing. But the thing happened is that when he go to school, so the ustaz in the school, when he is a second generation Muslim, meaning he has a very little information about Islam. So when he go to school, when the time of prayer, he don't even know how to do the wudu. So what the ustaz do is that he asked him to do the wudu, but he is not teaching how to do the wudu. What he said is, if you don't pray, then you go to hellfire. These are some of the mentality of, sorry to say, some educational ustazah in Malaysia. What they do is they are being judgmental. So the way of advising is incorrect. They say, okay, if you do not fast, then you go to hellfire. And if you do not wear hijab, then you go to hellfire. Everything is hell. So it made the Muslim themselves thinking that Islam is only about hellfire. So there is another case. Alhamdulillah, and another one is still a Muslim. He's just sharing. Before this, when he was in primary school, Islamic primary school. He asked his mother to draw her out from the Islamic school because same thing happened in the school. The ustazah saying that, oh, if you do not do this, you go to hellfire. If you do not do that, go to hellfire. So back to the question. Yes, it is very important for everyone as a Muslim. We should give awareness to the public out there, to the Muslim, about how to give advice, especially to the Muslim, dawah to the Muslim. How we need to invite, we said the Amar Ma'ruf and Nahi Munkar in the context of Muslim. For example, people with no wearing hijab, how we give advice. First thing, we cannot just be judgmental. Or when we talk about there are people who want to quit Islam. First thing when they came, we cannot say, do you know if you want to apostasy, you will go to hellfire? No, we cannot do like that. It will draw them away from Islam. So it's very important, yes, we need to educate the Muslim as well. Not only when we do dawah to the non-Muslim, we try to save them from the fire because we save them from the shirk. So to the Muslim, we teach them, we try to raise some awareness on how to guide a Muslim. Not only Muslim, but the new revert as well. Because there are some new revert, when they go to some school or some classes of Islamic belief, when you go for the first class, the ustad teach you how to pray. Because when we talk about Islam, the more important thing is not praying, the most important is the belief. Belief in Allah, the Aqidah. If without an Aqidah, everything you do, the fasting, the prayer, you do not understand it. So that's why, in teaching a Muslim or in advising a Muslim, first thing, we always focusing back onto the Aqidah first. We do not judgmental. So this is the same thing when we want to advise the public. So for example, when we go out for other program, when we try to share about dawah, one of the things that we will share is that yesterday we talked about the faith of comparison. The faith of comparison, how dealing with revert. Yes, one of the things is that when we deal with revert, especially, we cannot be judgmental. We need to know what is the priority in guiding the revert. What is the priority? Talking about Muslim, one Muslim. What is the priority of Muslim? We give them the knowledge of Aqidah first. Then, when he has more Aqidah, so he will know what is the importance of wearing hijab, for example. So when he more realize that, okay, Allah is all-seeing, He is all-knowing. So from there, he will realize, okay, if I don't wear hijab, then Allah will know it. So from there, slowly, he will try to practice more. So that's how we give the awareness to the public, especially the Muslim, in dealing with the Muslim itself. Azim want to add some?
Okay, as you guys know that we are just an organization. Okay, when you say about advising those ustazah, I mean it depends on individual itself. Some of them they are our friends, and what we do is maybe these things are something that you guys were not going to see in the public. But what we do is, if they say among of our friends, we realize that they they do. The way how they convey the message to the public is not, I would say, it's not appropriate. So what we will do is we will message them. We will seek to them. We will ask them why they those. We will be husnuzon first. Ask them why they do those kind of things. And if they say they ignore our message and they keep on doing it, and it creates more misconception to the public. So what we will do is we don't care either it is our friend or it's our enemies. If they say it is wrong according to Islam, then it is wrong. So we will, if they say they continue to proceed to do the same way to the public, and it create more confusion, misunderstanding to the community itself. So what we do is we will just going to also comment, or we say that we also advise them publicly. Like for example, there's one Ustazah, I'm not going to mention her name. Okay, there's one time where it is an issue about polygamy, and I know this is something that is quite sensitive, especially for the ladies. But what the Ustazah do is he made a comment say that she made a statement saying that those people who involved in polygamy they are not loyal to the first wife. So when that Ustazah make that kind of statement, we already, our team, like for example, Brother Fido himself, he knows who's the Ustazah. He has the contact of Ustazah, and then managed to contact with her, and then have a conversation with the Ustazah, and then after have a long discussion, and then still the Ustazah disagree with our advice. And then what happened is the next day she still keep on commenting about those things. And we realized that it creates more misconception to the people, to the public. So what we do is, what the Fidos do is, he made a clear comment to the public saying that, like for example, he said that, polygamy is not. It doesn't mean that we are not loyal to the first wife. Are you saying that the Prophet is not loyal to the first wife? Are you saying that the Prophet is not loyal to the second wife? Because why he is involved in the polygamy? So, there is a statement that is a very, dangerous statement with that. Okay, but after we have comment to them, we have advice to them. Again, it depends on the individual itself. Like we ourselves, we do have like program. Sometimes the Islamic authority they invite us to conduct training to the Ustaz and Ustazah. Those people who involved for giving teaching. Teach those reverts, or maybe teach any Islamic knowledge in the mosque. So sometimes we also are the one among the panels to conduct a training to them. We teach them how to be to have an effective communication. So after we have done that, so it's up to them of the individual itself. So to say that that is what we done to the public, and what Adam have mentioned that. So those are the things that that's why you can see that why like Brother Fido himself is quite vocal to just comment to anyone regardless which party or which side are you. If let's say it is contradicting with the Quran and Sunnah, then he will just going to comment it. Okay, so I would say that there's just an add-on for the question. So hope answered that question.
Barakallah feek, Brother Muhammad, Brother Adam. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for Q&A. As Asr is approaching, taking less than 8 minutes to Jama'ah. It'll be time for Jama'ah, so it's time to wrap it up. Before we leave, I'd like to make a couple announcements for the week coming up. So DIW, this is part of DIW, of course, workshops. And then we have 5 talks every single night, starting from tomorrow till Friday. The first talk is going to be about God. It's going to be given by Ustad Firdaus Wong. 8 p.m. F3A12.
Ustad Sharif Al-Arabi, I'm sorry, this is outdated information, so forgive me for that. And then second talk will be about right or wrong, who decides, again, the day after on Tuesday, same timing and different location though, F1A13, so this room. And then man versus woman or man and woman on Wednesday. And then on Thursday we'll have God, man, messenger. I'll talk about Jesus, peace be upon him. And then talk number 5 is going to be about Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, a guide for humanity, which will conclude DIW inshallah. With that being said, barakallahu feekum, everybody for coming and attending these past few days, these past couple of days. This was long, and may Allah reward you for your efforts inshallah. And to brother Adam and brother Muhammad, barakallahu feekum, may Allah reward you for your efforts for making your way to campus and then dedicating this time for da'wah and teaching us. I'm sure everybody found it very beneficial, so jazakumullah khairan. And with that being said, this is it. That will be the end of the workshop. Barakallahu feekum, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.